It's the greatest podcast featuring me. Yeah. Actually, no, that's not even true. Oh, there's no audio. There's no audio. No audio, they say on chat. No audio, Rand. Oh dear. We hear Jez, but no Rand.
No
Rand
audio.
unmuted.
Oh, there we go.
Rand with the audio issues.
No, yeah.
Damn.
YouTube had something misclicked, so it was muting. It was muting my thing, but not yours. But anyways, let me let me
Start
let me
over.
start over for that. Okay. Welcome everybody to the latest and greatest episode of the Xbox 2 podcast. I was saying I was going to make a bold proclamation about how this is the best podcast or the best Xbox podcast, but I was like, no, we don't have that type of ego. So we're just going to say it's the best podcast on that starts at 3 p.m. Eastern on a Friday that features Jez Corden of Windows Central. But then Jez says this isn't the only podcast he does, but it's the only one you do at this specific time frame.
That is true.
So it is
That is
true.
true.
So we're here. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right, man. Doing all right. It's been a long week, obviously. TGS, Xbox Ally, all the good stuff. Playing a bit of Silent Hill,
Yes.
playing some other games. But it's Friday, and we like rocking it out on a Friday. Uh, yeah, nothing. Can't complain. How about you? How are you doing? We got all
Uh,
the cool peeps in the chat. I
cool
see
peeps
Tim
are in the
Dog
chat.
hanging out here.
The one and only Tim Dog who's back with Xbox, and as he comes back, Xbox raises prices to welcome him back. They're like, "Oh, you're back, Tim? Guess what? Prices go up."
Oh dear. Yeah, true that.
True that.
And we got One Bad Mother, we got Replicant, and all the other cool
Yeah.
peeps. Thanks for
My
rocking with
week,
us.
my week was not so good.
Oh, wasn't so good.
Not so good. You see, I think we talked about last week your birthday, or at least like you're getting close to 40 or you're in your 30s. You know, we're talking about how much younger you are compared to me. You know, I'm 44 now. Had a birthday last month, and
Happy
man, when you
birthday.
when you hit 40, it's just downhill. You know, like your body feels different, and so earlier this week, just out of nowhere, I, was doing something on the computer. I stood up and
Oh
everything,
no.
everything was fine. I was like, feeling all good. Sat back down and was finishing what I needed to do. Stood back up and I could barely stand.
Oh no.
Uh,
That's how it starts.
barely stand. So much pain in my lower back. And I was like, what the hell just happened? So last
Oh
couple
dear.
days, have been dealing with problems, or at least pain in the lower back. I mean, it's basically subsided now. It's a lot better than it was that first day a couple days ago. But it is
Mm.
lower back pain is not fun whatsoever, and it just I don't know what happened. I must have pulled a muscle because everything was fine, and then all of a sudden I
Dead.
stand up and I'm like I couldn't. I was like, what the hell?
That's
And
grim, bro.
yeah, so it wasn't a good week because of that.
Oh man. I mean, you should do what I've been doing, Rand. I've been going to the gym for the first
Mm,
time in my life.
yeah, going to the gym.
Fourth,
First time in your life.
fourth,
You're going to be coming back here one of
fourth
these
week in.
weeks talking about how you tore one of your muscles in your body because you
Well,
don't know how to
wow.
exercise or weight lift properly.
Well, actually, yeah, because this week I did 30 squats in a row, um, from zero, right? And then I couldn't walk for 2 days. Yeah, because all my muscles were just dead. And then someone was like, you should probably start with like doing sets instead of just, doing as many as you can in one go. And oh yeah, okay. So yeah, it is totally true. I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but I already feel better for it, man. But you know. You should go to the gym as well, bro. We should become gym bros and become a gym podcast. I got a protein shake here as well, man.
Yeah.
High protein milkshake.
Mm-hmm.
25 grams of protein for only 50 calories. It's pretty good, man.
Pretty good, huh?
Pretty good, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
So my week wasn't that great. Next game I'm gonna be playing Silent Hill, but I was gonna start Silent Hill probably tonight or tomorrow. So I didn't really play too much. I was just waiting for Silent Hill, and I didn't get a chance to play it yet. But that's what the weekend's for, and that's what early next week. Because then there's a lot of games coming out in October. A lot to look forward to, but actually also a lot happened this week. It's like the video game industry was kind of like, well, we have the show going on in Tokyo, so we're going to drop all these news things, and Xbox finally decides, hey, we're actually kind of selling a product, although not really. It's somebody else's product that we put our name on, and people, that's coming out in less than a month, like 3 weeks. Do you think it's about time we drop pre-order information and pricing worldwide? And that happened. People were waiting for new game announcements. Forza Horizon 6, very much rumored. Although that's also one of the situations where, like, I sat down and I was up at the time, as I usually am, I think the Tokyo Game Show was on at like 5 a.m. my time, and sometimes I'm still up at that point because I'm a night owl. And I was like, I'll stay up and watch it, right? Because I knew Forza Horizon was getting revealed. And I was like, okay, let's see what they got. But then, of course, it leaked beforehand on Instagram. And I think I sent you a message. I was like, oh, the game already leaked. I guess companies also don't... I think I said something about time zones, but I guess maybe it really wouldn't be anything time zone-ish. I was just like, of course, they couldn't keep it quiet, right?
I mean, the ads did go live on the dot, on the hour, so it does seem like it was a time zone fuck-up, maybe.
It was a time zone screw-up.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I was sitting there and I was watching it, and it was the last thing, of course, of the show, and it's like, oh yeah, Forza Horizon 6, it's been a while. And then I was like, I thought to myself, imagine if this didn't leak. If everybody just tuned into Tokyo Game Show and there was Forza Horizon 6 in Japan, but instead it leaked far and wide, well in advance, So there even the thing with Kojima. Do you remember like all the rumors leading up to Kojima's announcement of OD that he's working with Xbox? I think that happened at one of the showcases. I forget which year. Maybe it was 2021 or 2022. Maybe it was 2021.
Yeah, I remember you saying this at the time.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine if it didn't leak?
And I think Jeff Grubb had put it out there. And he was the only one saying anything, too. Like, he was like, oh, Kojima and Xbox might be working together on that Google project, the Stadia project that they were working on, that obviously got canceled because, Google went under. And that it was a big announcement at the showcase because Phil was like, and we got Kojima, and Kojima came out there to talk about it. And I was just thinking to myself, I was like, imagine how big of an announcement this would have been, or how much of a surprise it would have been if it never had leaked beforehand. People would have been like, oh my god, Kojima working with Xbox, and then Forza Horizon 6 in Japan, because nobody honestly was even thinking about Forza Horizon being revealed at Tokyo Game Show, because it's not something you would like. Xbox doesn't reveal anything big at Tokyo Game Show. Like even the show itself is not very good. They don't really have a lot of content to show off at that stuff. Like their big announcements are usually at the Direct in January, potentially a spot at the Game Awards, but usually for their own showcase. They save pretty much everything for that. So when you think, okay, we know Forza Horizon is coming next year, or a Forza game, because Phil had said that at the end of the last showcase, it was like, okay, well, everybody's kind of thought, well, most likely be at the Direct or be at the next showcase. Nobody really was talking about, well, no, it'll actually be at Tokyo Game Show, because Microsoft typically doesn't make any big announcements there. So I was sitting there watching it, and everybody, it was funny because I had Xbox Era's podcast up. You know, like Sick and Nick and Jesse, they were watching it, they were reacting to it, and it was just everybody in chats like they're just gonna end with like it was a common just Forza's gonna close the show. You know, it was like it was to be expected, and it kind of almost like the way the trailer was. I have more to say about it, and we'll talk about it when we get to that point. But I think the expectation was they were going to show more because people already knew that it was being revealed. So when the trailer was just an announcement trailer with nothing else, it seemed like it was a disappointment. Because in your mind, you already know it exists, and you already know it's being revealed here, so we should see more of it. But instead, it was just an announcement of, hey, it's coming, and it's in Japan. So it looks like a bigger disappointment to you. We'll go in depth a little bit later on. But yeah, there's a lot going on this week. Apparently, there was even some breaking news before the show started. So, you know what? I figured let's do some housekeeping, Jez, and we'll get right into the show, shall we?
Sounds good to me, brother.
All right. So, do us a big favor. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, please, if you haven't already. And with that said, Jez, Surfshark. I hear in the UK you guys might have to have digital IDs. Is this true? What's going on over there, bro?
Bro.
Is that something Surfshark can help with? Maybe probably not in that sense, but Surfshark can help with a lot of other things.
Yeah, sure can. I'll talk about digital ID stuff in a minute, but yeah, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark has been supporting Xbox 2 podcasts for a few months now. We really, really love them. It's a really great VPN. And yeah, if you guys check them out, it supports the show and also support yourself because it gives you a smarter way to protect your digital life. Rawr. Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one solution for safe, seamless online browsing. Whether you're watching your favorite shows, leveling up in your favorite games, or just catching up on the latest internet trends, Surfshark has your back with blazing fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Ready to experience internet freedom like never before? Surfshark helps you cut through online barriers with ease. No more geo-blocks, no more restrictions. Access global content, unlock new possibilities, and enjoy a cleaner, faster browsing experience thanks to Surfshark's clean web tech. Fends off ads, trackers, and malware all before they reach you. Your privacy is Surfshark's top priority. With a strict no logs policy, your online activity stays yours and yours alone. And with Surfshark's powerful encryption, your personal data is wrapped in layers upon layers of security, giving you total peace of mind while you surf. Here's a deal you will not want to miss. Xbox 2 podcast Xbox 2 podcast listeners get a whopping 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. Reclaim your online freedom. Click the link in the description to get started. Browse boldly, browse safely, and surf with Surfshark. So yeah, Surfshark VPN is it's fantastic. It's available there. I'm going to post it in the chat now. It's also up there in the description. It's 86% off a 2-year plan, which works out to around $2 a month, something like that. I think typically it's like $10 a month or something like that. But it gives you unlimited devices. You can install extension on your browser. You can install an app on your PC so the whole PC is covered, or just turn it on and off at will. That's how I use it. I've just got the Edge extension there. You can also install it at the router level, which lets you block ads on your TV. You know, like some ads have some TVs these days have ads in the dashboard when you open your TV. So you can even install it at a router level on some routers. It's very, very good, very, very versatile program. It's super fast. It's faster than other VPNs I've used, and I've used a lot of VPNs, you know, for work and stuff like that. So, yeah, Surfshark is fantastic.
Indeed. We also have the wonderful and amazing Patreon members who help support what me and Jez do. Question and answer thread is up for anybody that wants to drop us a line with any questions of anything that you can think about. Me and Jez will answer. So that is available. We'll answer those at the end of the show. And for the Xbox 2 MVPs, we have your shout-outs here. We got Resident Force, iMike Zero, Tears, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donk, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, K-Trox, Bright Trunger 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Ace T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Walkerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Biggs Country, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for your continued support of the Xbox 2 podcast. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. So
you guys rock. People are piling on me for my pronunciation of router.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you say it? Router.
It's a router.
You can install Surfshark VPN on your router, guys.
Not your router.
Is that right?
Yeah, because router would
router.
Be what is that? ROTOR. That's a router. Router.
Router.
The English language so complicated, especially when you have the Brits just kind of saying it completely wrong.
It's English. It's not Americanish, is it, lad?
Mm.
So it's my language to fuck up. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I was watching a YouTuber last night. Scary, interesting, fantastic YouTuber. You like true crime and just horrible stuff, really. And he was covering a murder mystery or something in England, and he was pronouncing like every town name wrong. Like he couldn't pronounce Worcestershire or Torquay.
I mean, I couldn't pronounce that either. So we're right in the same boat. I mean, can you imagine me trying to say Worcestershire?
Worcestershire.
Where people were like, "Hey, Rand, say Westchester sauce or whatever it was."
Worcestershire sauce.
I couldn't say
Worcestershire.
It's not possible.
Oh man, it's funny. It's funny, bro. Should we get the super chats out of the way and then move into topic?
No, let's just keep on going. Let's talk about the breaking news before we came onto the show.
Super chats next.
There was kind of breaking news, kind of big too. Because
pretty big.
You talked about it.
Shall I read it?
Yeah, like when Microsoft bought ABK, it was $70 billion, and that was an absolutely massive acquisition. And it seems like potentially one of the bigger publishers in the game might be going private soon with a $50 billion deal. What's up with this, Jez? What's going on?
One moment. I'm just finding the article now. So someone posted it in Slack. Right, Megaton. So yeah, Wall Street Journal. Oh, great. It's Pywalled, which is fun. It's Pywalled, so I can't get the whole article yet. Maybe someone else has covered it. But I'll read out what I can. Video game giant Electronic Arts nears roughly $50 billion deal to go private. Investors, including Silver Lake, eyeing deal that would likely be the largest leveraged buyout ever. Video game maker Electronic Arts, which is up 15%. The shares on the news.
I'm sure the share prices are going to go up.
Yes. Is nearing a deal to go private in what would likely be the largest leveraged buyout of all time, according to people familiar with the matter. Group of investors, including private equity firm Silver Lake, as well as Saudi Arabia's public investment fund and Jared Kushner's investment firm Affinity Partners, could unveil the deal. Something. The rest is Pywalled. So, while I try and find an alternative,
I think they said it could be like as early as next week. I think was the report on it. But I mean, that's a pretty massive deal. And I think I do recall there being reports that Saudi Arabia, they wanted to get more involved, and I think there was even a report saying that they wanted to like buy a big publisher, or I mean,
there was rumors they wanted to invest in Nintendo.
They are already invested in Nintendo, and they've increased their share of how much they own of Nintendo stock. But the report was basically that they wanted to make a big splash and buy something bigger. Now, they wouldn't, completely buy EA, but they would be, a major shareholder within it if this goes through. And my very first thought when I saw this was like, would this make EA better? Because then you don't have public shareholders you have to answer to. You go private. Obviously, there would still be some shareholders there that would own the company privately, but my first thought was, oh, maybe we're in EA's redemption era if they go private and
Oh
they don't have to answer to all the silly shareholder stuff.
no, but this
Could we
is
see the return of good guy EA for a bit? Because this usually goes in
no,
cycles with EA. I've talked about this before.
no.
How EA, like, they'll do kind of what the fans want for a little bit, and then like they'll pivot hard away from it, and the fans don't like them, and they become like kind of just your typical corporation that only cares about their.
Nope.
Okay, so what do you think?
Nope. Leverage buyouts do not go like this. So
Okay.
like this isn't like Valve being private, where Valve is like it's owned by the people who founded the company, right? So they've got their ethos, they've got
Or
their
any
mission,
investors that would have
or any
privately
investors that
invested.
potentially joined on in the early days. But I think Valve's a special case because Gabe Newell was already a millionaire, maybe a billionaire at that point. He was one of the original Microsoft millionaires, Gabe Newell was. So he self-funded that, and then maybe there were some other investors,
So
whatever, whatever. But the point
leverage
is,
buyout, Jazz. What is it?
so this essentially means that they're going from having lots of shareholders and hedge fund managers to a few
Mm-hmm.
other shareholders and hedge fund managers. So instead of there being a plurality of people of interests in EA's quality and stuff like that, now you've just got a few pretty huge debtors who all they want now is a return on investment and then an exit.
Mm.
So what they will be looking for is a high rate of return, you know. So I suppose another kind of an example you can look at with regards to this, um, like it's not exactly the same, but when Elon Musk bought X, Twitter, some people would say it's better now, but like the amount of ads and then sort of like limiting what free accounts can do, all this kind of stuff, it revolves around him trying to finance the debt that is accrued via the private investors that joined him on the deal to take Twitter private, right? So so yeah, it's not going to be good for EA. I wouldn't be surprised if things get cut more quickly, more rapidly. Whereas like EA, maybe EA itself exists today is kind of like, oh, we need to save face here, we need to save face there. They will be looking for maximum whales, minimum risk, and getting a return on investment as soon as possible, seeing it purely as a financial thing and not as an art thing, not as a game thing. I think Mass Effect probably gets cancelled because of this. I think there's going to be tons of layoffs because of this. Probably a doubling down on service games, in shitification, free to play bullshit, asset stripping, all that kind of stuff, and then maybe selling off bits of the company. So yeah, I don't think this gets better at all. I think this
Hmm.
gets infinitely worse, and I think EA's fucked. Now, that's the pessimistic view. Could be completely wrong. Maybe they actually want it to be good and great, and maybe they're patient and like, yeah, we want Mass Effect 4 to be amazing. We want EA to rebuild its cultural cachet. Maybe they do have an ethos or a mission around that. Like, and they actually maybe, but I highly, highly doubt that. In the current world we're in, this is purely a banking play. It's purely moving money around, and they're not buying this out of the goodness of their hearts. They want to make a fast return on investment, and yeah, fuck the whole company up. Is kind of the way I'm thinking this is going to go, personally.
Hmm.
So
Interesting.
I don't think there'll be a redemption arc. I don't think things are going to get better. I think it's just going to be a total mess. But maybe some crazy things could happen. Windowed Box in chat says maybe Xbox could buy the Mass Effect IP. Maybe BioWare could end up in the hands of a company that wouldn't would be better for them. I don't know. I mean, has Microsoft proven itself to be good at acquiring companies? I don't particularly know yet. We're still
What
waiting
good?
for a
What?
lot of those projects to
I guess
emerge,
you
but
could say like, what good is the Mass Effect IP if you don't have anybody to develop the game?
yeah, I mean, maybe they sell the whole studio. I don't know, but I don't really see this being a good thing, generally speaking, because you have to look at like this is all about making a return on investment. It's nothing to do with making good games. It's nothing
Sure.
to do with making good games at all. And you can make a lot of money in gaming by targeting whales and shitification, all that kind of stuff. Free to play games, doubling down on mobile. Maybe they shift all the budget from Mass Effect into like a mobile games instead. Selling IP to or licensing IP to Tencent or Timmy, and some of these other companies that make mobile games. Doing the bare minimum for the maximum returns. That's kind of how I see this going. So
So you're thinking it's worst case scenario?
I think it's worst case scenario, man. I think so, yeah.
Interesting. But even though like Saudi Arabia wants to get on it, the first thing they're gonna do is just basically destroy EA from the inside. Is
Well, it's like their public investment fund is like a lot of countries are doing this, especially countries that have resources like oil and stuff like that. They have like these national investment funds, and the whole point of that is to get a return on their investment, right? For the good of the country. So, I mean, for them and their citizens, theoretically speaking, at least, I mean, perhaps Norway is a better example of a well-managed public investment fund. Because obviously Norway's got a similar kind of thing, right? And Norway enjoys one of the highest quality of life in the world and that kind of thing. But, it has to, I think, like, at the end of the day, it still has to be good. Because if you completely fuck up the whole company, you're not going to make a return on investment, especially like to the tune of $50 billion, right? I suppose it just depends how they think they can achieve that. Obviously, FIFA makes money hand over fist, and Saudi Arabia's been very interested in investing in sporting stuff lately.
yeah.
So, maybe maybe like this helps EA, I don't know, reduce the licensing costs and some of that stuff, through backroom deals or stuff like that, which FIFA love to make, and that allegedly, allegedly, I got to say that.
Well, they're not aligned
Um,
with FIFA anymore. Remember, they dropped it.
yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not now, but maybe they could be again in the future because I think
Mm,
the FIFA brand brings a lot of cachet to that franchise. People still call it FIFA.
sure.
Nobody calls it EA Sports
But that's
FC or
because
whatever
there
it's
has
called.
because isn't there supposed to be wasn't somebody else supposed to take on the FIFA license? It wasn't like two I forget.
No, no
Did they
one's
like
taking it. I don't
bring
think.
and so they could name it FIFA? But I don't think
It's too
anybody's
fucking
done that yet.
expensive.
Well, yeah, it is. It
Highlander
is
Grim says we're a bit quiet, by the way.
a
So I
bit
don't know if you want to turn us both up.
quiet.
I don't I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else thinks that. Um, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. I don't see it going well. Don't see it going well, mate. Um, but again, that's a cynical view. I just generally speaking, when there's like big hedge funds that are non-gamers involved in things, bad things happen. You know, I don't see a huge amount of examples of good things happening when there's so much private equity involved. Other people are saying the audio's fine, so
Yeah, I
I don't
mean
know.
it.
Maybe turn it up on your end, mate. If it sounds quiet, turn it up on your end a bit. Either on YouTube or on your Windows settings if you're watching on a PC
The
or maybe on
setting.
a
I mean, I'm
mobile.
looking at it. OBS. The settings are the exact same, and I can see the where the voice peaks are, and it doesn't. It's not on the low end. I'll tell you that much. So yeah. So I guess we'll see. We'll see. So on the basis of this, was this something that you would want to happen? So are you looking at next week being like, you would much rather EA continue in their current form than have this happen?
I mean, I think Gaz in chat says you can't fuck up something that's already fucked up or
I
something.
mean, it could
Shout
all,
out to Gaz, by the way.
but it could always be worse. I mean, it could.
But it doesn't matter. It's either I think in gaming, in our current incarnation of the gaming industry, there's so much to play. I kind of feel
True.
like something's either
Well,
good
because
or
I was
bad.
even thinking
Like
about
I'm
it.
either
Like
going to play it or I'm going to overlook it.
I
And
was,
like,
I was thinking, if this was years and years ago, a decade ago, whatever, EA was, they were making Mass Effect, the Dragon Age games. DICE was doing more than just Battlefield. They were doing Mirror's Edge. They were making more games that, let's be honest, a lot of this maybe has to do with the fact that one, I don't care about FC, FIFA. I don't care about Madden. I don't care about Apex Legends, right? So the only things I'm really interested in EA are the Star Wars games, which they've only doing one more, and Battlefield. But even still, like I'm very far away from my days of like playing multiplayer all the time. When I love Battlefield during like Battlefield Bad Company 1, Bad Company 2, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4. And while I'm very interested in Battlefield 6 for sure, and I think there's a good spot for Battlefield comes back strong and the competition where you could get a better Call of Duty out of it. And we've already seen that it's already kind of happened because Call of Duty's canceling some of their skins based on player feedback, which I think kind of also has something to do with the Battlefield 6 resurgence and how people feel about that. So it's already, I guess you could say, people got a W already before the Battlefield's even come out. But so I was sitting here thinking, taking your worst case scenario approach where this would just be bad. They're going to look for ways to make even more money, the return on investment. Maybe they, instead of doing Mass Effect 4, they do this or one or the other, and it's just worse. I was thinking, would that even really matter to me? Like, what would I be losing out on if EA just became worse? And I'm sitting here thinking, I was like, well, the only thing I'm really looking forward to from EA in the future, outside of Battlefield coming out this year, which this wouldn't really affect, is the next Star Wars game. And I don't really affect whatever they would be doing to affect that, because I think those are all, very, I think they're all profitable games. So if EA kind of just, if this happened and EA went down the shitter, I'm not even sure I would even really care that much outside of here's a big publisher that makes a lot of money and employs a lot of people. Outside of all that sort of stuff, like, I don't really care about EA's output as much as I would care about other, like, Take-Two's or, at one point Ubisoft's or Sony's or Xbox's or any other publishers. And I think mainly because that EA is so focused on sports games, which I don't care about in the slightest. So if it really goes as bad as you think, as long as I get my, Battlefield 6 and I get the Star Wars game, I guess it doesn't really affect me too much, because I'm already thinking in my head, I already have it in my head that Mass Effect 4 probably doesn't get done. And I've been thinking that for a while because of what happened with Dragon Age and how long it takes to make games. I'm just like, I don't even know if I even really trust modern day BioWare to make a Mass Effect game that I want. So I'm just like, maybe that, and if this does happen and then, God forbid they sell off BioWare, which maybe would be for the best, or they shut down BioWare, they just don't let them do Mass Effect. I'm sitting here thinking of like, well, if this were to happen to any other, like, this is maybe the right publisher to happen to, because I just don't really care that much for any of the stuff they do, outside of one or two projects.
Yeah, I feel that. It's one of them. I was talking to someone literally yesterday about, like, someone had asked me, like, did we get on the Battlefield 6 campaign preview? Because there was some videos, because Battlefield 6 showed off some of its campaign recently.
Yes.
And there were some previews went out, and I was like, nah, I don't really chase EA PR for anything, because I was realizing it's because they so rarely release anything, that I'm actually interested in. It's all Madden, FIFA. You can't really get traffic on those kind of games because nobody really looks up or feels passionate about those games, like, as in, reading the news about them.
People are passionate about Madden and FC.
Yeah, they're passionate about them, but it's like a mobile game. You don't look up news about a mobile game.
Sure.
They're just they're the same. The year in, year out, you know what you're getting. There's no need to, like, oh, what's the latest features in FIFA? It's like, You know what FIFA's going to be. FIFA's going to be FIFA, Madden's going to be Madden, all that kind of thing. So there's historically not great traffic on sports games in general. So why you don't really see them get covered. Um, and then you've got like what else does EA release? A bunch of mobile games. Don't care about those. Again, no traffic on mobile games. So like it'd only be stuff like single player games. They never ever release single player games ever. Like the last one was like either through their indie publishing label, which
Hey, Split
again, even
Fiction,
that,
which is incredible, like Game of the Year contender
yeah,
for
Split
sure.
Fiction,
EA
sure.
original,
But that's
yeah.
like that's through their EA publishing label, which again, they don't release games very often either. And then you've got like BioWare. We all know the issues with BioWare. Mass Effect 4, does it even come out? Probably not. And I've got not a fat lot
Mass
of,
Effect 5, bro.
hope there. It's Mass Effect 4, man.
It's Mass Effect 5.
Andromeda doesn't count.
Yeah.
Andromeda doesn't count. Andromeda is not a sequel to Mass Effect 3, bro. It's concurrent. It's concurrent with Mass Effect 3. In
It'd
fact,
be the
isn't it
fifth Mass
concurrent
Effect
with
game.
Mass Effect 2? Yeah, but it's Mass Effect 4. It's not Mass Effect 3. It's not Mass Effect. Anyway, it's probably not going to be called Mass Effect 4. It's probably going to be called Mass Effect Earth or something like that. I don't know. Although Earth's fucking destroyed pretty much now, I think. But anyway, I digress. The next Mass Effect probably not going to come out. Dragon Age is never going to get another game. Dead Space is never going to get another game.
Dead Space.
All the franchises that I'm interested in never going to get another game. The only bright spot that EA is going through right now is Battlefield. So the next Battlefield hopefully will be very, very good. But beyond that is anyone's guess, especially like when you've got Saudi Arabia and investment firms and other, interests coming in, they're going to be looking for the Call of Duty-fication or the Fortnite-fication.
Well, I mean, there were already
Battlefield.
plans for Battlefield to be a yearly release, remember?
Exactly. So I'm envisioning a universe where Battlefield gets bad again, and then they realize that they can't just treat the franchises like that, and then maybe the firms cut their losses, and it all goes tits up,
Mm.
So yeah, I'm not particularly excited about any of this. But it's like Gaz said, like how low can EA go? Not much lower. So, Battlefield's a bright spot, but that's it. There's not much more to say about it, I think. Let's see what happens, bro. But I ain't optimistic.
Okay.
Not at all. Not like I was optimistic for Activision Blizzard and Microsoft. But so far, I feel like we're getting a lot out of as Xbox customers. I feel like we're getting a lot out of that shit. We've got a lot of stuff into Game Pass, a lot of extra stuff into backwards compatibility over time. Yeah, it could be better, it could be faster. World of Warcraft's better than ever. Diablo's not doing that well, but Overwatch is doing better. I think Overwatch like started beating Marvel Rivals concurrency on Steam recently. Marvel Rivals was supposed to be the Overwatch killer, and that doesn't seem to have worked out. So, as Xbox customers, I feel like there's been a lot of benefits for Xbox customers with that acquisition. And if you're a PlayStation fan, you could arguably say there's been benefits for them as well, because I think the cost of that acquisition forced Microsoft to go multi-platform potentially. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see this going well, but maybe I could be wrong. Maybe they do have a grand plan for it to be, for them to do really well. Maybe the investors are like, yeah, we bought this because we want to see the next Dead Space come out. Oh, I made myself laugh with that one.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. It's easy to be cynical when there's this much money involved, because so oftentimes when there's these acquisitions on this kind of scale, shitification happens and everything is just for money and it all just goes bad. So it's really easy to be cynical. There's so much you can point to in the past with similar deals where everything's gone bad for the consumer. But I'd love for them to prove me wrong.
Just on a side note here, moving away from this, I would appreciate it if people don't attack somebody over their reviews or the fact that they work for another company. So
What are you talking about?
yeah,
Chat.
Hazardor and Xbox Era are they're not too friendly to one another. I'd appreciate it if you kept that out of the chat, calling people names or however you feel about Xbox Era and the people that work there, their reviews or whatever. So yeah, I mean, be nice to each other, and if you don't have anything nice to say, then just don't say anything at all. Just keep it to yourself. So I would appreciate that if everybody was just cordial to one another. Jesse and Nick and Sick are friends of myself and Xbox Two, and I go on their show quite a bit, and I like them. And while I don't always agree with the reviews that come out for them, it's just their opinions. So I would appreciate the name calling and everything to just stop. I don't know, Jez, you got anything to add?
Yeah, keep chat clean, possibly, if possible, please.
Yes.
But yeah, EA bad. EA still bad, and EA is gonna be bad, I think. Joaquin Branch says Rand would make a good kindergarten teacher. I can see that, Rand.
Nah, I don't.
You want to be a teacher? You ever thought about that, being a teacher?
I mean, when I'm here with my nephews, I'm just like, man, kids. How could anybody deal with all this? Couldn't
How
imagine
could anyone
it.
do this? I want to give a quick shout out. He won't be listening to this, but Sean Endicott on Windows Central just had a baby. So congratulations to Sean.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats. All right, let me. You said you wanted to do the super chat, so we'll get to them now that we talked about the EA stuff, because we do have a lot more stuff to talk about. And here in my little notes, I have a lot of stuff actually happened. But we'll get to this first. We got Jay Foley says, I need help. I can spend $300 more and get the Legion Go 2 with better specs, or I spend almost the same amount for the Xbox Ally and buy a ROG Ally X. Jez, help out Mr. Jay Foley here. What should he do?
Is he talking about... Now, you got to remember this, right? The Legion Go 2 doesn't necessarily have better specs. It's got a bigger screen, probably a better screen. It's OLED. It's VRR. So, like, it might seem like it's got better specs. I think it's got a little bit more RAM as well. However, the big difference is the ROG Ally X, the Xbox Ally X, sorry, has a NPU in it. So the ROG Ally X has the Z2 Extreme AI, whereas the Legion Go 2 only has the Z2 Extreme. Now, at launch, I don't think that NPU is going to be doing a fat lot of stuff, but over the coming months, the Xbox Ally X will have exclusive upscaling features and frame generation features, which could result in it ending up with better performance than the Legion Go 2. So I would say really it boils down to, do you want to hold out for those AI upscaling features, or do you want the big beautiful screen? Because honestly, the Legion Go 2 screen is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be killer, and you'll still be able to run most games at 30 frames per second, at least if they're like, well optimized. Stuff like Lies of P, Harry Potter, they run at 30 frames per second, but really well optimized games like Forza run at 60 frames per second, or even higher than 60 frames a second. So like, even on the Legion Go 2, you'll still have a great experience. So I think think about, do you want the bigger, better screen with the detachable sticks, or do you want to have those upscaling features, which could make a really big difference? So I don't know, man. And I haven't used the Legion Go 2 yet, so I can't comment with regards to hands-on. But I am planning to get a Legion Go 2 as well, and then do direct comparisons. So it could be that I'm just like, the screen is so much better here that Legion Go 2 is better, but I can't really make that. Comparison right now. But I would just consider those things, And Newest in chat says Auto SR comes 2026 to the Xbox Ally X. So yeah, some of those AI things are going to come out next year. So that might be when a better time to make the decision. So we'll see. It's not an easy question to answer right now.
Yeah, we got Chris Williams who says, "Hey gents, haven't seen any news on on Fallout Day, besides a meh 76 update and a sneak peek of 72 of season 2 of the show. What do you expect? Fallout 3 remaster? I think Fallout 3 remaster is too early. I mean, I guess it's
For
never
when?
too early to just do like a logo reveal or something.
For when? Sorry, the game.
Fallout Day, I guess.
Oh, Fallout Day.
Which
Yeah.
is when's Fallout Day?
Fallout Day 2025 isn't it the? Oh, it's October 23rd because
Okay.
that's when the bombs dropped in the game.
That's probably when you'll probably get the next trailer for Fallout, potentially Fallout Season 2. And I know like nothing is ever really truly too early. You could do a Fallout 3 remaster trailer, just have like a logo saying it's in progress. But otherwise, I also feel like I don't know this for sure, but considering the rumors suggest that Virtuous is the team doing the Fallout 3 remaster and they just shipped Oblivion this year, and I don't think they were working on those concurrently. I think it was like we're going to do Oblivion and then once we're done with that, we're going to be doing Fallout. We're probably still some time there's some time left before we actually get Fallout 3. I don't know what that would be. I don't know how long development took on Oblivion. So I don't know if we're looking at a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, however long it would take. But I still think it's probably too early for a Fallout 3 thing, even though I'm sure people would welcome that based off of like the reactions to the Oblivion remake. But I personally wouldn't expect it this year.
Mm.
But I mean, I'll be honest, anything Fallout 76 is also meh to me because that's one of the things when it shows up at every single showcase or at the Tokyo Game Show, I just fall asleep. My eyes just like shut. I'm just like, I don't care. There's no chance of you getting me play Fallout 76. And I understand like the game's doing really well. There's been a lot of resurgence for it. More people probably check it out because of the TV show and stuff, but I personally don't care about Fallout 76. And the only thing I would expect from Fallout Day would be maybe a new trailer for the show coming in December. What we got next? We have Grandman who says Silent Hill F is insane. I'm on my third playthrough. The second ending boss fight was peak. Yeah, how you feeling about Silent Hill F yet? I was planning on playing it this weekend, but you are showing the gameplay. You've been playing it for a little while. What's your feelings for Silent Hill F?
Is that my gameplay on the stream?
Well, it ain't mine.
Oh, yeah. I've been playing Silent Hill F. I'm about 4 or 5 hours in now, I think. In this gameplay, there's a section where I'm just like trying to figure out a puzzle for ages. It's a little embarrassing. But it's one of them find the object kind of puzzles, and I'm just like, I can't find this fucking object, man. It takes me ages. But yeah, Silent Hill F. I think it's pretty good. You know, I'm not blown away by it right now. You know, the combat is serviceable, I'll say. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the combat. I don't know if Silent Hill's the right setting for things like a stamina bar, for example. But I appreciate what they've tried to do here, and it does kind of make sense in universe. You know, she was the characters in the sports team or whatever, so you know, and likes rough and tumble kind of games. So that you know, her propensity for smashing things with an iron bar is actually part of the story. So yeah, but the setting is amazing.
Yeah.
So the setting is very impressive. The cutscenes are impressive. The characters are compelling. The music's very good.
Atmosphere's great.
The atmosphere is fantastic. I will say the game is not scary though.
I mean, are there any really scary games? Not really.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Silent Hill 2 with Akira Yamaoka's music kind of hits different. You know, I don't know who did the music for Silent Hill F. I hope it's not Akira Yamaoka because I'll be embarrassing. Who did the music for it? I don't know. Can't find the composer's name. But composer. Oh, it was Akira Yamaoka.
Oh,
Never
that's
mind that.
embarrassing, Jez.
That is embarrassing. But yeah, I suppose it's like it's a different style, I guess. Or I was actually considering this when I was like, because I'm reviewing it right now. My review's super light, obviously. But okay, so Akira Yamaoka collaborated with four other musicians for Silent Hill F. So I don't know if it's not all of him, but I don't know if the industrial kind of music from the other games would have really fit this universe because it is set in the countryside, it is set in the 1960s, so it has a very different vibe, you know. But Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, the music from those games kind of haunts me. I almost have like a nostalgic fear for those games. Like even playing Silent Hill 2 remake as an adult, it sort of taps into that childhood fear I had for the game, you know. So maybe you're right. Maybe that I'm just like the reason that I don't find any of these games scary is because, I'm an adult now. But I will say this, I was playing Lair of the Demon King, which is that sort of PS1 graphics horror game on Xbox. I think it's on PlayStation as well. That's pretty fucking scary. To be honest. And also, like, I was quite scared playing some of those the most recent Amnesia game in World War One. That was pretty terrifying as well. But it's also one of those games where you can't really fight back. I hate those games, man, where you can't fight back. It really, really bugs me. I want to be able to fight back. But I feel like maybe in Silent Hill F, you're just a little too powerful. Maybe, that you don't. It's hard to die in Silent Hill F. I don't think I've died. I've died a couple of times on, you know, the first major proper boss fight. I think, um, which again is kind of like some people said. I don't know how, but some people were comparing this to a Souls-like. It's not really a Souls-like in the sense that you die and there's risk. There's no backtracking or anything like that. There's checkpoints all over the place. But I kind of see like some of the inspiration in the boss fights. So they kind of require you to learn combat sequences and things like that. And there's insta kill. Well, I'm playing on hard difficulty, quote unquote hard difficulty. I think the difficulty settings are hard and easy basically. So like hard is kind of like the normal difficulty sort of, but the bosses have like one shot attacks, so you kind of have to like learn how to avoid that stuff. Um, so it's kind of interesting. But then Silent Hill 1 had that. Remember that stupid dog boss in Silent Hill 1 that would just walk up and eat you if you did like strafe in the right way or didn't like sidestep out of his mouth. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I did any of the post Silent Hill 4 Silent Hill games. So like Silent Hill Downpour, was it Silent Hill 5? Was it Silent Hill V or something like that?
Sound Hill,
Uh,
Homecoming, Sound Hill, Downpour.
Homecoming. Yes, Homecoming was bad. Downpour was bad. I even played that PSP one or PS Vita Silent Hill. That was bad. I can't remember if it was PSP or PS Vita. Book of Memories, I think it was called. I think that was bad. Um, so yeah, I think it's probably the best new Silent Hill that we've gotten since Silent Hill 4, not counting the remake because it's a remake. So yeah, Jesse Norris with the super chat says Silent Hill F is less scary and more foreboding and more disgusting. Second half and New Game Plus elevates it from good to amazing. So yeah, I've heard this a lot that New Game Plus continues the story. So avoid spoilers on that if you are planning on playing it. But yeah, I am enjoying it overall. It's not gripping me as much as Chronos did, but I think with Chronos for me, some of that was less objective and more. I love this because it's European a little bit, um, you know, and but I also really love Silent Hill F setting. It's a unique setting. I don't think I've played a single game set in the 1960s in Japan. I think there's probably like probably one of the Yakuza games is set in 96 in Japan, but it definitely doesn't seem like a setting often explored,
Well,
at
yeah,
least in my experience.
I'm looking forward to getting my time with it this weekend to play Silent Hill F, and then because it's like the way I'm looking at like how I'm gonna plan this out is like Silent Hill F. I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna play Ghost of Yotai. It's getting pretty good reviews. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play Little Nightmares with my buddy Gopher. Play Battlefield 6 when that releases. Probably play Ninja Gaiden 4 because I like the preview of what I played a couple months ago, and also the trailer. Ninja Gaiden 4 I think looks really good. I don't know like what the pure Ninja Gaiden bros are like, where they want it to. I don't know, because one of my buddies is like really into Ninja Gaiden, but he thinks Ninja Gaiden 4 looks awful. But I don't really know. Like, I'm not that big of a fan of Ninja Gaiden, where if something's changed from like one of the originals, I'm just like, I'm not going to play this. Like, what I played in Ninja Gaiden 4 was pretty damn awesome, and the trailers all look super cool. So I'm going to play that. I'll play Keeper. I'll probably maybe play Outer Worlds 2. I'm not sure because I haven't played the first one, but maybe I don't need to play the first one. Maybe the perspective of somebody who didn't play the first one would be beneficial for the second one. I'm trying to think what else comes out in October. I might even play Arc Raiders, depending on how much my friends are into it. I think that comes out at the end of the month. I'll play the campaign of Black Ops. I got to actually get back and play Metal Gear Solid at some point, which I think I was aiming for December. At this point in time, there's just a lot of stuff coming out. A lot of stuff that came out in August, a lot of stuff that came out in September. I mean, there's even games from August. Like, I still got to play Black Myth Wukong at some point. Maybe that'll be December. Will be Metal Gear Black Myth Wukong. There's just a lot of games, and I think Bloomberg even put out an article today that said the video game industry has a problem. There are too many games, which is something that you've said, and we've talked about on this podcast. Where there's so many games. It's not even like the stores are inundated with a lot of trash games, like trash indie games, like on Xbox or PlayStation, where they only exist to like serve the achievement and trophy community because you buy this game and you can get 5,000 gamer score in 5 minutes, or you buy this and you can get a quick platinum or whatever. There's those things, and obviously those suck. And I did take a look at the store the other night, and the bundles have kind of disappeared, so it makes the store at least more palatable to search. Whereas before you would scroll and see the same game 4 times listed in a row, and it was like, it's like, is this all the store is? Is just this crap? Like, there's that, where it's like, there's a lot of games, and a lot of them are crap, but they're only designed to really sell to a certain group. But then there are just too many games, too many really cool games as well, and there's people only have so much time and so much money to play all of them, right? That something falls by the wayside and misses or doesn't reach the sales expectations or any of that stuff. Like, everything can't be successful. I mean, we recently just had the devs of Hell Is Us complain that Silk Song released close to them. Remember when they were complaining about that? Like, how, they shouldn't have done that. It's just, there is true. There's just a lot of great games. I mean, Hades 2 just released yesterday. Granted, it's not on Xbox or PlayStation, but that's also a game that a lot of people are some people consider a front runner for Game of the Year, because apparently it's the highest rated game of the year so far, Hades 2. So just also a game that people didn't even know was releasing in September until a couple weeks ago either. Now, I don't know if Hades is more popular than Silk Song. I don't think so, but that's also a game that people are going to be like, I want to play this. And it's just another game. Dying Light the Beast just came out. Silent Hill F just came out. There's stuff coming out next week. Stuff coming out the week. There's just so much coming out. But, like, I don't have time or money. Well, I don't got time to play all this stuff. I mean, I could afford most of it, but I mean, it'd be like, what's the point of buying it if I'm not even able to play it? Like, and I'm not somebody who plays something for 2 hours and moves on to the next thing and plays it for 2 hours and moves on to the next thing and then never actually finishes anything. Like, so I'm someone who plays one game at a time, so they're all stacking up. It's kind of fun in a way because you look at it and you're like, man, I have a lot of cool stuff here I can play. But it's also daunting because you realize, man, if I don't really get through some of this stuff, they're just going to keep on piling up. Like, I haven't played Silksong yet. And I was just mentioning, like, I still got Metal Gear and Black Myth Wukong to play. But I was like, I gotta prioritize Silksong because I think I want to play that before both of those. I'm like, I don't have time to play all this stuff, but I want to,
Yeah, Jason Schreier actually put up an article today, like an analytical article about titled "The video game industry has a problem.
Yes.
There are too many games."
I just said that like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, is that what you were referencing?
That's the whole tangent I was just on because I saw the article. We were talking about all the games releasing. Thank you for listening to me, Jez, by the way.
No, I was listening. I just missed that little first part. But no, you're totally right. I think you looked at the same thing I did. And then I started reading the article while you were talking about it.
Well, I didn't read the article. I just saw the headline. So I don't know what it's still he's looking at it from an analytical perspective of like there's just too much.
Yeah, the gist of his article is, attention is split between so many different games now that developers sort of their addressable audience is smaller. So even though like if you've got, say like for example in September you had 2 or 3 10 out of 10 bangers and you share like 1,000 users, you get a third of that each. But now you're potentially, if you've got like 10 out of 10 bangers, you're sharing that same amount of money 10 different ways because those users they might not necessarily like all gravitate to one game out of those 10 out of 10s. They'll split across multiple games, all playing different games. So like, for example, I'm playing Silent Hill F, but there's plenty of other people playing Dying Light the Beast, that
Yep.
Superficially kind of similar kind of tone, you got zombies and monsters and stuff like that. Obviously Dying Light's a lot more action oriented, potentially a little less atmospheric, and it's more of a sandbox. But I kind of feel like if you're in the mood for a horror game, you kind of maybe choosing between those two. At least some people are. And then you've got like Hades 2. Probably a lot of people are choosing between Hades 2 and Silksong as like their sort of 2D kind of indie-ish kind of game to play. So, the market's crazy right now. I think I said on last week's show, like the democratization of developer tools and democratization of knowledge to build games has also contributed to an explosion in quality games. There are so many great games out there to play because it's easier than ever to learn how to make a game, and it's cheaper than ever to learn how to make a game. Before, you might have had to got a degree or do a dev course or something like that. But these days, you can look up how to make a game on YouTube, and you can, get Unity for free, up to a certain amount of revenue, completely free, or you could buy like a really cheap course on one of these websites for like a couple of dozen dollars or something like that. So it's no wonder there's more games than ever, man. It's easier to publish a game than ever. Like PlayStation and Microsoft now have self-publishing platforms. It's a completely different landscape.
Yep. That is absolutely true. There's a lot of stuff. And not a lot of time to play it all in.
Nope.
Anyways, that's
even for people like even people who work in the industry and their job is to play games, like how could anyone possibly play all these games? Even if you were like fully unemployed, I feel like there's even for people who are unemployed, there's too much to play, man.
Probably burn yourself out on. Silas, member for 23 months, says, Jez, how come Windows Central hasn't reported on the rumor that Rand bought all the US ROG Ally X stock in order to give to all the Xbox 2 Patrons? Oh, man.
Oh, man. I did hear that rumor. Is it true, Rand? Did you use your millions to buy all the stock?
I don't have enough to buy everybody. Well, then again, they probably only made 50 of them, so maybe I could have. Because all the reports now, well, I guess it's a good segue. We can talk about the ROG Ally stuff because even though Microsoft they didn't mention pre-order or pricing in their Tokyo Game Show stuff. They did, or Asus rather, later that day revealed it. You can pre-order it now, although I believe it's sold out at the Microsoft Store worldwide.
Yeah, it's sold out at the Microsoft Store worldwide, Asus's website worldwide,
is it
or at
still
least
available at Best Buy?
mostly. It's still available at Best Buy US. Best Buy US seems to be the only place that still has them right now.
Is
Curry's
Amazon
in the
selling
UK
them?
is sold out. Amazon seems to be sold out, at least of the X. In the UK, Curry's had exclusivity on selling the X, which suggests to me they didn't allocate many units to the UK. But
I told you.
It seems like they've allocated the bulk of the stock to America, which is like where it remains still available. It's sold out in most of the places that I could find. But yeah, it's kind of fun because you've got two sides of people now trying to spin the sales of the sell through. You've got some people saying like, "Oh, it's sold out fast because there's no units available," and you've got other people saying like, "Oh, it's sold out really fast. That means everybody really wants it." Reset Era said it was dead on arrival. Kind of back and forth, you know. I suspect the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think it's probably like there is clearly demand for this device from a niche of people, and Microsoft probably underestimated demand, especially outside of America, where it might have overestimated demand. But it seems that it's going to do pretty well, and I'm looking forward to getting my hands on one. I got a lot of DMs this morning from people who managed to pre-order one. Let us know in chat if you managed to pre-order one. How did you feel about the prices, Rand, when you saw them drop?
I mean, prices weren't surprising. I mean, everybody had been expecting $899 and $549 for a while because those were the leaked prices. So it being $100 more and being $1,000 wasn't shocking. In fact, it's kind of in line with what I thought it might be. I didn't expect it to be anything cheaper than $899. And at that point, if you're in it for something that's $900, you're probably also in it for something that's $1,000. Because I don't really think it really turns that off. Although it is interesting to see that the U.S. got the. I think it's more expensive in the U.S. in comparison to the other countries. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So I think it's
slightly more expensive in the UK, only slightly. Usually it's significantly more because of VAT and stuff like that. So yeah, it is sold out at Amazon UK.
But it's just funny
it was never
because
available on Amazon
we had
UK.
talked about the idea that Asus, or at least the rumors were that they wanted Microsoft to subsidize it to make it cheaper. And in the end,
really believed that.
They made it more expensive. So
yeah, I don't think there was ever going to be any subsidization.
Well, because
the way Microsoft has subsidized this is they've paid for the marketing.
Well, there's also like Microsoft raised the prices of the consoles last week. I think that was last week. Time flies. And one of the things, at least one of the reasons they gave wasn't there some exemption was removed, so consoles are now this extra tariff was applied to it or something, or like how come like phones?
No, it's the other way around.
Is it the other way around?
So because of Apple, basically, Apple bitched and moaned to Trump and was like, "Well, don't put tariffs on us." So Trump exempted iPhones. But he couldn't like specifically exempt it for Apple. So he exempted all iPhones and all phones and all computers to protect Apple, right? So there's no tariffs on computers. So there was some people were speculating, is this going to be exempt from those tariffs?
Right,
because technically the ROG Ally is a computer.
So it's like not. The Xbox is a toy, so it's not exempted from the tariffs. But then
the Xbox is a toy, yeah.
But then isn't the ROG essentially a PC? So shouldn't it be exempted from any tariffs, being that it's a PC? Or what happened?
Partially. But the thing is, right, there are multiple factors pushing up prices in the United States right now. It's not just the tariffs, right? You've got the US electrical grid, for example, is buckling under the weight of vast expansion in data centers, right? Which is why your electricity prices are going up in America and in the UK, frankly. Part of that is because Microsoft, Amazon, etc., are using up all the juice to power their AI meme generators and all their AI bullshit, which in turn passes on costs for shipping, and supply chain and everything, you know. So like when costs hit your supply chain and your distribution channels, those costs get passed on as well to the consumer. Everything gets passed on. So it's not just tariffs. There's a variety of macroeconomic factors impacting the price of everything right now, from eggs to Xbox consoles and the Xbox Series X. So that's only part of the story. So I think also like the fact that silicon and fabricator access is so constrained by this rush to build super intelligence, you know? So that's a factor too. Frankly, it's probably surprising it's not even more expensive. I think it's purely based on the fact that people don't have the purchasing power for them to possibly extract any more profit out of this. But that's the situation we're in right now. There's just a load of bullshit going on. Pre-pandemic, before AI, before inflation, before the oil supply chain was being disrupted, or liquid natural gas, all this kind of shit, man. Do you remember before the pandemic when like there was a rush on chips? Even before the pandemic, there was this rush on chips because of just growth in cloud in general. Even before like generative AI really became publicized, there was this huge rush on chips even then. And then PlayStation had stock issues because of the rush on silicon. It was crazy, man. There's all this shit popping off and everything's all disrupted. So it's probably surprised it's not even more expensive. I'm still shocked that the Legion Go 2 is $1,350. 1349. And I think there's an even more expensive model. Or is that the high end model? I don't know. But these devices just ain't cheap, man.
No, and then people are also zooming out and saying like these are the prices will be for like the next Xbox console they make or whatever, that you can sit down and expect it to be $1,000, which
I suppose there's like there's a couple of possibilities with regards to next gen consoles, right? Like either something happens and the tariffs get removed. So maybe the tariffs get reduced, removed. Maybe Microsoft negotiates that. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of funny to me because these tariffs were kind of designed to help American businesses, and the tariffs are contributing to killing the only American console manufacturer, or console designer. I suppose the issue is here that like the whole point of these tariffs is to try and incentivize companies to manufacture things in America, right? Which is potentially virtuous on paper. The idea of like bringing manufacturing back to America, incentivizing jobs and things like that. But the problem is, if you don't have the infrastructure in place to train people to manufacture those products, all you're doing is creating higher costs and higher prices in the short to medium term, you know. And because of that, it creates a variety of knock-on collateral effects, which contributes to upping the prices on everything. So I think like, you know, incentivizing bringing manufacturing jobs to your country, good thing. Do it in a way that's not, cognizant of the fact that there's not an educational infrastructure in place to create that workforce out of thin air is not a good thing. And now you've got this whole visa issue thing. I don't know if you've seen this, Rand. So the Trump administration has also put limits on how much you can hire people from outside of the United States. Again, that's also like, hey, that's good. More jobs for Americans, great. But those Americans have to be trained in order to take those jobs. And I don't think education is cheap in America, is it? I think it's quite expensive to go to school in America, right? If I'm remembering correctly. So it's sort of like, there's there's a missing piece of this strategy which sort of causes it to fall apart, which is the education gap. But you know, what what whatever. We've got to deal with that in the short to medium term, no matter what. So yeah, that's the hard mathematical reality of why these things are getting more expensive. So potentially though, the situation is different when it comes to the next Xbox launching. Optimistic view. The pessimistic view is that things won't change. Maybe things get even worse, you know. But it does seem like that there's just this wholesale acceptance from the platform industry, um, whether it's PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo as well, frankly, because Nintendo's like the Nintendo Switch 2 isn't cheap for what it is, in my opinion. I mean, at least with the ROG Ally, even the Xbox Ally, the low end model, that's still a computer. You can still plug that into a monitor and use Photoshop on it, and it's going to be a powerful computer. You can use that for a lot of things, whereas a Nintendo Switch is just a Nintendo Switch, just plays Donkey Kong and stuff, right? So I think the Nintendo Switch is actually quite expensive for what it is, too. But the view from these companies is it doesn't matter because millennials are older, millennials will invest in their hobbies, and millennials have money. I think the Lenovo boss said this. He said, "Yeah, we know the Legion Go 2 is expensive, but that's because we know that hardcore gamers will pay the money." And you got people out here like Gaz. Is Gaz in the chat still? I don't know. People like Gaz, they've got RTX 5090 and Rand using his 4090 as a doorstop, all that kind of thing. They know you guys will spend the money to play Minecraft at 400 frames a second. They know it.
Not
So
me.
I think that's kind of the logic. Bro, you did that. You got a 4090, don't you?
Sure, but I didn't buy it to
I
play
don't know.
Minecraft. I bought it as a
Yeah,
future
you bought
proofing
it
of
to.
like I bought a PC so I wouldn't
You
have to
bought
buy
it to
another PC in
stream.
6 years. So
Yeah, but
the
you
purchase
don't really
made
use
sense.
it for
The
gaming,
purchase
do
made
you?
100%. Yeah, but I wanted top of line PC at the time, so I wouldn't have to buy another PC for another 6 years.
You probably never need to buy another PC ever.
No, well, there'll become a time where you're gonna have to. And I wanted a thing where if I ever did decide to game on PC, then I have a very capable PC to do so. I didn't want to have all of a sudden buy something and be like, well, no, actually need more memory or I need
I
a
think
better
that's
GPU. So it was like
I
I'll
think
just
that's
buy this
that's the
version.
point though. I think that's the point is that they're like, okay, the gamers we want, we know they'll invest because they're the ones who are going to spend the money anyway. The gamers we don't want are the gamers who only play free to play games, and we don't care if they spend the money or not because they're not profitable. So it's all about extracting more money from the existing users they've got, and you know because the younger gamers who don't have the expendable income, the university students, the teenagers, whatever, they are no longer the target audience. It's the older gamers who treat this like a passion and a hobby, and that's also partially why they are comfortable making all this shit more expensive,
Well,
in my opinion.
so about the price in general being whether it's $7.99 in one country, $8.99 or $9.99, it's probably in line with pricings for similar products, right? Like you said, the Lenovo Legion Go 2, I think is even more expensive. Granted, the Steam Deck is a little bit cheaper, but that's also like older design. We'll see what like the newer Steam Deck costs whenever that does release. So I think if you look at it as in its niche, it's probably priced appropriately for what it can do and what the other competitors are. But if you were looking to like make the market more mainstream, it's a pretty steep price, which won't. I don't think it makes the PC gaming, like handheld PC gaming, more mainstream. In fact, you could say it makes it more insular. Because
none of this is mainstream, bro.
Sure, yeah, but I don't
Xbox
really.
isn't mainstream. It's a passion hobby. It's like Warhammer, bro. We are neckbeards, bro. Face it, bro. We are neckbeards with our Xboxes. We are
Well,
not mainstream.
Xbox
We are
is
Warhammer dudes.
Xbox is a
We're
lot
playing
more
with our little figures.
mainstream than
We're playing with our little mini
PC
figures on the
gaming
table,
handhelds.
bro. We're wearing wizard clothes, playing Dungeons and Dragons in a basement, bro. Face it, dude.
But
Face it, bro. We haven't been mainstream since the 360 era, dude. Face it, Rand. Look me in the face,
comparing
Rand. Face it,
apples
bro.
and oranges here because
No,
yes,
no, bro. That's it. We're not cool, bro. We're dad gamers now, bro. We are not cool. We are not cool, bro.
nobody says anything about being cool or not. I'm just saying, it's just
We are nerds.
sure,
We are hardcore nerds.
Absolutely. And I'm not saying that we're not, but I don't know why you suddenly jumped off a cliff when I said I don't know how this makes PC, gaming handhelds more mainstream when you're just like, "Oh, Xbox hasn't been." It's
they're okay. They're okay with it not being mainstream.
No, I'm sure. I'm sure. As long as
they know that's the way it's going. That's the way it's going, and they're right or wrong. They've resigned themselves to this fact that there's nothing they can do. So let's extract the value we can from the people we've got, because there's nothing we can do to make this mainstream. We've lost an entire generation to Roblox, and they ain't coming back no matter what. They ain't coming back no matter what, man. So that's kind of how they're seeing it. It's kind of like anything, like people who build sim racing rigs or flight simulator rigs. The components to build like a proper flight simulating rig is really expensive, but it's a business. It's super niche. It's super niche business. But that's the way hardware manufacturing works. Like how many Asus ROG gaming laptops are sold every year? I don't think that many. There's so much competition for a gaming laptop. They manufacture them to order. How many people are buying the top end, 18-inch Razer Blade laptop? That's like 4 or 5 grand. Not that many people. How many people buy Ferraris? Not that many people. They're made to order. And that's kind of the way I think it's kind of the way console gaming's going, which kind of comes back to something you were talking about before the podcast went live, Rand, was will they sell GTA more than $70? Because in that kind of universe where, like, if our hobby is truly niche, truly niche, and we're in it for the hobby to the point where we don't care about the prices, maybe the prices just keep going up. And and maybe GTA, they do sell it for $80 or $90 or $100 because they know the people in that niche are going to play it. It's kind of like, I know I was joking about comparing it to Warhammer, but there's also like, they keep doing that to Warhammer fans too. They keep putting the price up of the paints, of the figurines, because they know that they'll pay for them, because it's kind of like a sunk cost fallacy in a way. We've invested so much into our gaming platforms, whether you're on PlayStation, Xbox, or Steam, or whatever. You keep buying the stuff. And I think the guy from Stardock was saying, like, some of the unsung heroes of PC gaming are the people who just buy the games even though they don't have time to play them. There's so many games that are sold in Steam sales that just never get played because people buy it in an almost habitual, hobbyistic kind of way, not necessarily in a sort of like, I'm actually actively planning to play this kind of way. It's a weird. The industry is going through this weird generational transition right now. But fashion's cyclical though, Rand. Fashion is cyclical. So like all the millennial gamers now who have young kids who are like 5 and 6, and kids who are like, and parents who are reading about how evil Roblox is, and the parents are gamers themselves, and the parents hate Roblox because it's a shitty game. Maybe they're indoctrinating the younger kids, like the Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, indoctrinating them to become mainstream gamers. So maybe the generation after Gen Z, maybe they become traditional gamers, and cool gamers, and this becomes cyclical, like how you've got vinyl record shops again, because millennials grew up with their parents listening to vinyls, and then they started wanting vinyls for the nostalgia factor. And then there's Nintendo always pushing on nostalgia with kids as well. I think it's just, we're in this weird sort of, if you imagine it like a roller coaster, I think we're in a trough right now, but I think it could come back up. And I think it will be in things like kids growing up with their parents' Xbox Ally or their parents' Steam Deck or their parents' Nintendo Switch or their parents' Xbox Series S, all that kind of stuff. I think that generation probably nostalgia's back into gaming. But I think in the short term, what we're seeing right now is this sort of trough where it's a perfect storm of generational issues, supply chain issues, macroeconomic factors, tariffs, blah, 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 whatever. I think that's contributing to this overall factor that, like, man, this is getting too expensive. It's starting to make me question the whole hobby. And that makes complete and total sense. This shit is getting expensive. And the shareholders need their yacht maintenance crews, their second super yachts, and their Ferraris. Think about them, Rand. Think about all the super yachts those guys need. Why are you being so selfish, Rand?
I mean, I guess. Why am I being so selfish? They need their second yacht and their fourth, thing. But
yeah,
whatever.
It is depressing because it does all come back to greed at the end of the day. If there wasn't like this whole shareholder system where a lot of the profits are extracted instead of reinvested into the business, then we wouldn't be seeing such price escalation. But there would still be some price escalation because of inflation, because of AI eating all the jobs and all that kind of stuff. But again, that's a whole other discussion. There's just sort of an imbalance going on right now. So I don't know. Failsafe in chat says, "Dang, I don't even have one yacht yet." See,
I mean, yeah.
Failsafe doesn't even have a single yacht to his name. Single yacht, man.
Or a ROG Ally. I mean, that's about as expensive as a yacht.
True that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Rand. Before you roll, I really need to get a drink. So
okay.
Keep the troops on standby. I'll be right back. 5 minutes.
All right.
Well, less than that. 2 minutes.
Anyways, what I was gonna say to Jez, it doesn't even matter anymore. He'll just come out and talk about generational issues and stuff and blah 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 blah. But it wasn't even really gonna be about that. It was just I don't really think the price is too expensive for what it offers in comparison to its other competitors in the market, but I also don't think it's really. They'll probably make good money on it, and they'll probably sell a decent amount, but it probably won't be that big of numbers, considering the reported numbers for the Steam Deck are not very high either. They're like 6-7 million. And if like Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo had sold a product that was like 6-7 million as a main thing, then people would be declaring that a failure, considering like Steam. It's not the main thing for Steam. It's just like an extra thing for somebody to get more invested in the PC ecosystem. And Xbox is doing this stuff where they hold the Xbox Play Anywhere. Everything's an Xbox, so they want to do this stuff, and it broadens the reach, but also kind of just doubles down on the super hardcore. But maybe there is a scenario like Jez says where the nostalgia factor for generations, where some parent gets an Xbox Ally and plays it with his kid, and then they grow up and whatever. I mean, I could see that happening, but I don't really see it happening in that dramatic of effect. But either way, if you all pre-ordered your Series X, hope you enjoy it whenever you do get it next month. But it is not something I'm super interested in. I don't care about handheld gaming. I don't game outside of my house. So if I were to play something, I'm just going to play on my TV. So the ROG Ally has zero appeal to me. And to be honest, like even if I was looking, being like, okay, this has some appeal, personally, the price would just immediately throw me off. It was like $1,000 for this. When I'm balking at buying a Switch 2, and that is significantly cheaper. Granted, you could probably make the argument for me that I could use my ROG Ally more because while I have a bunch of Xbox games that would be Play Anywhere, I just sit there and I think I don't really see any scenario where I would actually use it. So to me, it's a waste of $1,000, where at least I could justify to myself with the Switch 2 that there might be games I couldn't play anywhere else other than that platform, that I would get more enjoyment out of it, and it would be more worth my money than $1,000 ROG Ally X. So remember when I talked about before when the Switch 2 pre-orders went live, and I had like a couple minutes of FOMO where I'm like, I should probably get this, and then I snapped out of it. I'm like, no, I don't need this. When the ROG pre-orders went live, didn't even think about it. Just no sense of FOMO. I just know. I'm like, I'd spend $1,000 on it. It would sit on my desk, and I never would. I probably wouldn't even turn the thing on. So it was just like, it's not something for me. Would I consider it if it was cheaper, though? I guess that's the question. If it was $500 or say $600 like a Steam Deck, would I consider it at that price point? That is an interesting thing to think about, and I think maybe I would. Maybe at that price, $500 or $600, I would look at it and be like, well, maybe I could get some use out of it, but not at $1,000. But let me get to a couple more super chats here. Thank you for everybody hanging out. Appreciate it. If you do us a big favor, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We got Tim, who says, oh, well, I'll wait for Jez to get back on this. Big Afroman says, Rand Jez, I pre-ordered an Xbox Ally X. Am I crazy? I don't think you're crazy. I mean, if you think it's worth it, the value is there for you, and you're actually going to use it, then you're not crazy. I hope you enjoyed. He also says, why do people keep saying the Xbox Ally X is DOA? Isn't it for enthusiasts and a niche community? Saying it's DOA makes no sense since they keep making them. I think people, when they say it's DOA, means outside of it selling to the hardcore enthusiasts, it really doesn't. It's not going to sell to anybody. So that's the whole thing about it being sold out and pre-orders being sold out at places. And like Jez mentioned, you're going to have people that say, oh, it only sold out because they only made 15 units. And then other people will say, oh, look at the demand for it. It's sold out. They had thousands available and that's sold out. And like you said, I think the truth's somewhere in the middle. I don't think the numbers were low, but I also don't think the numbers were that high. So they're saying it's DOA because once you move past the enthusiast crowd, then it's not going to sell to anybody else. So the product just kind of doesn't sell anymore. The question is, at what point and what number does that happen? Does the ROG Ally sell 1,000 or 1,000,000? Yeah, we got a couple. Big Offerman said he pre-ordered his Xbox Ally X. You want to know if he's crazy? I said no. But he said,
definitely not crazy.
Why do people keep saying the Xbox Ally X is DOA? And I said it's because like once it's one of those things where once it sells to its initial audience, does it keep on selling, or does it just kind of remain limp?
I think it will probably sort of trickle out, especially during sales events like Black Friday and stuff like that, because Asus and Lenovo, they do heavily discount these things over time until the next generation comes out. Then they try and price out the old generation. But they're not going to be a mainstream thing, just like a laptop. Asus laptop isn't either.
Yeah.
No. I've never seen someone in public using an Asus laptop. Everyone's got a MacBook or a Surface. I see Surfaces more often, or a Dell, things like that. But Asus, obviously, they're a laptop company at the end of the day. You know, these things are kind of made to order. What I think is a more compelling and more interesting, I think what would be a bigger indicator of whether or not this becomes a thing is if you see more AAA devs, publishers being interested in Xbox Play Anywhere. Because obviously the hardware this is attached to is incidental. what really matters is the fact that this is front loading the Xbox experience out of the box, and it's kind of like a big test run for the next gen Xbox, which Brad Sams alluded to in a recent video. Because if the next gen Xbox is basically a Windows device that has Xbox console library compatibility, Microsoft probably wants to see how many people buy the Xbox Ally and just install Steam on it and ignore their ecosystem, or how many people buy the Xbox Ally and actually use the Xbox ecosystem, or how many people buy the Xbox Ally and are existing users in the Xbox ecosystem. You know, Microsoft wants to know, does this find us new users for Xbox on PC? And is this data that I can take back to a publisher and say, hey, publisher, look, we've got all these extra new users on Xbox PC. Maybe you should start supporting Xbox Play Anywhere. You'll notice during the TGS thing, did you notice, Rand, during TGS, which we'll talk about more in a minute, how much more emphasized Xbox Play Anywhere was than usual?
Wasn't more emphasized more than anytime else, in my opinion.
After every game with Xbox Play Anywhere, they stopped for a scene with a little cat.
They did the same
that said
exact.
Xbox Play
They
Anywhere,
did the same exact thing at the showcase. Not anything new.
but just for Play Anywhere.
Yes.
I don't think so, man. I think it was more emphasized than usual.
This is the
And,
no. See, this is because you have a horrible memory. They literally every single game that it was they emphasized Play Anywhere more than Game Pass at the showcase. You just
At
don't
TGS or the previous showcase?
at the showcase this year in June. That's when they went hard on the Xbox Play Anywhere thing. Because
Yeah, but I mean, okay, before then,
sure.
everything like over the last sort of 6 months to a year, Play Anywhere has become more prevalent.
Yes.
I feel like Play
but
Anywhere was more than Game Pass at TGS.
It was, and just because because they've shifted to Play Anywhere over Game Pass, at least in their outward presentations. But you need to go back and watch the showcase this past. They focused more on Play Anywhere than they did Game Pass, because if you don't remember, they revealed the ROG Ally at the very beginning of the showcase, and they talked about Play Anywhere, and then they mentioned like how every game. I think it was like every game that would be in the show was going to be Play Anywhere, and they ended if it was they ended this big thing at the end was Xbox Play Anywhere after every game. So that's just it's kind of like when the focus was Game Pass and everything was like all the games here are on Game Pass, and they had the little thing at the end, play it day one on Game Pass, and that was the big focus. This year the big focus has been Play Anywhere, and it was so is no more normal. You know, they weren't focusing on it any more than they have been this year. I would say.
Yeah, but still, it's a thing. It's part of their strategy, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, this Xbox Ally is part of the whole Play Anywhere strategy. Can we find new users and thus entice developers to actually support the Microsoft Store? Because I wrote an article a couple of weeks ago where it was just like, you know, AAA developers don't support the Microsoft Store. Very, very rarely. Somehow they've got Japanese publishers to support it. You know, Square Enix are supporting it pretty aggressively. Silent Hill F is Play Anywhere, surprisingly. So there's this sort of weird universe where it's just like, you know, AAA Western developers do not care about Play Anywhere, but devices like the Xbox Ally might force them to sort of reconsider. I don't know.
Yeah, we got Ian with the super chat. Says, Rand, have you read the Joe Ledger series by Jonathan Mayberry? Patient Zero is book one. Think George Romero meets Tom Clancy. Good horror, action, sci-fi. I have not. I've not heard of the author or the series. I'll have to add it to my list. Let's see here. We have Mr. Otaku. You were wondering what Mr. Otaku was going to say today. Xbox TGA was an absolute waste of time. No big games, not a single Game Pass announcement, and the weakest Forza Horizon 6 teaser possible. Trash. So I guess it's time to talk about that aspect. So thanks for bringing it up, Mr. Otaku. I don't know, Jez, I don't know if you saw, but Mr. Bowser has left Nintendo of America.
I did see Mr. Bowser's left Nintendo of America.
He, I think
It's a shame purely because he's got the best name ever
he does.
for
He
that job.
does. And they put someone new in charge. It's a woman, and all the grifters are all upset now. A woman runs Nintendo, and they think Nintendo's in for the decline. Simply because of that aspect. But Xbox Tokyo Game Show. What do you think of the show? Was Don right? Was it a waste of time? Did you even watch it?
I did. I did watch TGS. I did
what'd
watch
you think?
it. I mean, I was sitting there trying to remember what TGS was like last year. And I think last year was pretty much similar, where it was like mostly an indie show, but then a couple of announcements from publishers, right? With the Pixar, the big news last year was Pixar Remaster, if I remember correctly,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose it was in line with what I was expecting. The fact that Phil Spencer was there and Sarah Bond was there, like they were there last year too, right? So I kind of feel like they're trying to build up a presence in Japan. They had a lot of marketing on the TGS building. There was like the Call of Duty banner was there, Fallout 76 was there. Fallout 76 is quite big in Japan apparently. And also there was a lot of Xbox Ally marketing over there as well. So I do feel like Xbox is making a clear effort in Japan, which I like. But how can I put this in a kind way? The games presented weren't that interesting overall.
Well,
They were like,
I don't know.
I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't like I wasn't blown away. It was mostly like an idea Xbox kind of showcase, which is fine. And obviously, I really enjoyed the Monster Hunter Stories announcement because anyone who knows me, I've been bitching about Monster Hunter Stories for a fucking long time. I've been messaging Phil about it to the point where I'm sure he's annoyed at me for it. And also Sarah Bond. So I was very happy to see Monster Hunter Stories announced for Xbox. Because I think Monster Hunter Stories is very well, genuinely, the best alternative to Pokemon out there. As someone with nostalgia for the Pokemon franchise, but disappointed with how well invested it's been in the recent years. So it's awesome to see that come to the platform. And then also we got the Forza announcement, which leaked like crazy. But I was just thinking I was thinking holistically for like everyone else. Because I know not everyone's that interested in Monster Hunter Stories. I know you're not interested in Monster Hunter Stories, Rand.
No.
Right?
I'm not interested in Monster Hunter.
Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking like, okay, Monster Hunter Stories is great for me. I'm very happy about that. But I was thinking for like people more generally. I don't think there was anything that amazing or compelling or spectacular there. So for me, it was like, for me personally, it was probably a B just for Monster Hunter Stories. But I think like if I remove that aspect out of it and accept the fact that Monster Hunter Stories is quite niche, it's probably like a C to a D grade kind of event personally for me. I don't know how you feel about it, Ren.
I never expect anything from their shows in Japan, the Tokyo Game Show, and it was in line with all their other shows. So the only reason I watched it was because of the Forza thing. That was it. I was like, all right, Forza's going to be here. We'll see what the announcement is. Like, I had no expectations for anything else because it's not really that important of a show for them. They try to make, I guess, how do I say this? They try to make it important because they do one every year. They just don't have the content to really make it shine. At least in the eyes of like something significant, right? And I think they were maybe trying to change that this year with the Forza announcement. Because let's be honest, like outside of Minecraft and Call of Duty, Forza's their biggest franchise. Well, Fallout probably now too, but Forza's bigger than Halo and Gears. You know, like it is a massive franchise at this point. And
would you say like this side of not counting Call of Duty because it's Activision, would you say Forza is Microsoft's biggest franchise? Microsoft Xbox Game Studios?
well, no, I mean, what about Minecraft?
Yeah, I guess. But they consider Mojang to be like a limited
Sure, I
integration
mean,
company.
it's
Okay, I'd say it this way. Forza is Microsoft's biggest homegrown franchise.
you know when Kid Smooth made the song Halo was it Halo Gears of Forza, when it was just Halo Gears of Forza. At that point in time, Halo was 1, Gears was 2, and Forza was 3. And then over time, Forza leapfrogged Gears. And now, at this point in time, Forza's leapfrogged Halo. Right? So it is a massive franchise. So they clearly are trying to make the Tokyo Game Show stuff like an important part of their year. They're trying in Japan more than ever. Like you mentioned, you got the Monster Hunter story games, which would probably never come. They're coming. You have all this support, like Romancing Saga, I think has never come to Xbox. It's finally coming. You got the Persona games on Xbox, and you have, the Yakuza games and stuff. So there's never been more support for Japanese games on Xbox. So you can definitely...
it's really fantastic.
Yeah, you can really tell they've tried, but as far as presentations go for this sort of stuff, it's never really anything super interesting. It's just a couple smaller games here that are okay. So, but it's not a newsworthy event. But because they were going to do Forza, I was like, okay, well maybe this one would actually have more. Maybe they're trying more, where you could maybe expect bigger announcements out of the show. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was I would say it was like a C, maybe even border. But my expectations were literally, I never have any going into this, So I was just really watching for Forza, and the Forza trailer was as bare bones as it could possibly be, and that was kind of what I was talking about earlier in the show, where everybody knew it was going to be announced. So in your head, you're like, oh, I can't wait to see it. But when they just show an announcement trailer where it was like, this is the location, and that's it, it makes it seem more disappointing because you in your mind already know it exists. So you don't need an announcement trailer. You don't need a location trailer. But for them, it's like this is the beginning of their marketing cycle, because the game is rumored to be releasing early next year. Like, I think the rumor has it releasing sometime in April, May. And they've said...
Yeah, people said first half of the year, right? I think Nate the Hate said that.
Yeah, and people have said that... they have said themselves that the next time we're going to see it is gameplay is going to be early next year. So you're probably looking at developer direct in January. So this is the beginning of the marketing cycle. Boom, we're going to roll out a trailer. We're going to do Japan. We're going to talk about that stuff. We'll roll into the next year. We'll debut gameplay at the January Dev Direct, and we'll continue rolling it out. And the game will come out in like May or whatever. So to them, this is just the beginning of getting everything announced. But to everybody who like follows all the rumors and follows the gaming news, they already knew this was going to be here, and they already knew it was Japan. So the surprise, I guess you could say, potentially ruined it for them, because they were expecting more. Or I also wonder, I'm trying to think of the original, like, because Forza Horizon games are always usually announced the year they come out, that first trailer we do get for these games are typically loaded. And it's not to say that we don't know what a Forza Horizon game looks like, but if you go back and you watch the Forza Horizon 5 trailer, the very first time we saw it, June of 2021. If you go back and watch the Forza Horizon 4 trailer from 2018, the very first one, and even Forza Horizon 3 from 2016, they're all presented for the first time, and you get to see a huge chunk of the game. Like, I remember watching 4, you see the trailer, but then they had a huge demo on stage because they demoed the changing seasons, right? It was super long. Like, the Forza Horizon 5...
Was that when they had the Lego car?
Lego car was...
on stage?
That was 2016. That was for Forza Horizon 3, because I remember seeing it in person, I believe. But my point is, like, the last 3 times they've revealed a Forza Horizon game, it came seeing the cars, seeing the driving, seeing the location you're driving through, and sometimes having a huge, like, demo segment, like with Forza Horizon 4. So for this one to be actually revealed before the year comes out, and it just being essentially a location announcement. When in comparison to the previous Forza Horizons, it's disappointing in that sense because you don't get to see the locations. You don't really get to see like a sense of what the map might look like, of like, oh, this is the town that you're going to be driving in, or here's the countryside or whatever. It's just, we're in Japan. So when you compare it to those trailers, it's disappointing. But when you think about it, it's like, well, this is just the marketing kick up, and that trailer will probably, or gameplay will be in January. But it is what people have asked for, and I do think it is cool that they saved this announcement for Tokyo Game Show, because normally this would be at an Xbox showcase in June. But they decided to do it here, where they knew there wouldn't be that many eyes on it. How many people are actually really looking forward to and watching an Xbox Tokyo Game Show? Not that many.
You've got to remember, Rand, like, I know you this is essentially a location announcement, right? And it probably was a stretch and a reach, but if you're going to announce that your country has been chosen for the setting of the next Forza Horizon game, you probably want to do it at a show that was in that country, right?
Sure. Yeah.
It probably was a stretch, and it probably was like, yeah, this is a reach. We don't have you don't have any real gameplay footage to really slam this home. I mean, they showed is it Mount Fuji, I think? I might have got that wrong. I don't know. My Japanese geography, admittedly, is not the best, but they showed that famous mountain in Japan, right? And I think Japan is they said that Japan has been the most requested setting. I think Matt Booty said that. Japan has been the most requested setting for Forza Horizon since the game launched, and it makes complete and total sense. Japan is a beautiful country with the urban locations and the rural locations like Mount Fuji and stuff like that, and Hokkaido and all those kind of places. There's so much you could do with Japan as a setting. But I agree with you completely. It's disappointing there was no gameplay to be shown off. And I kind of feel like, Rand, if the game is coming out in the first half of next year, like suggested, surely they got something playable to show off.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Even if it was just a little bit.
I'm sure they do, but they're just going to say
smidge.
They're just going to say, I mean, think about it. If the game's coming out first half of the year, let's say it's coming out in May, that means the game probably normally would have been revealed at the June showcase. Or I guess you could have just done it at the Dev Direct as a special announcement, because the game is going to be out by the time your next showcase rolls around. Because usually all the Forza games release in October or November. But for this one, they're doing a little different. It's going to be a late spring release. But the other part of this announcement, outside of it, being Tokyo and being finally what, fans have asked for a long time, was the announcement that basically it's a timed exclusive for Xbox consoles. It's coming to Xbox consoles first and PC on day one, and then coming to PS5 post-launch. And there's been a lot of discussion about this. I know Mike Ybarra says something about it on Twitter, which caused an uproar or whatever. And I've seen a lot of talking points or people saying, well, yeah, this makes sense because Microsoft wants to sell you Game Pass, and you can't sell Game Pass if the game's everywhere. And I've seen people talk about that, but I was just like, well, wait a minute. We just had Doom launch day one, and Ninja Gaiden 4 and Outer Worlds 2 are also about to launch day one. So when I see that argument being presented, that, yeah, this is just the way it's going to be because they want to sell Game Pass, and then I look at the other games that are day one on multi-platform, and I'm like, well, something's it's not something that something's not right. It's like something's wrong with that argument if you have other games that you're releasing that are also, if you're trying to position that it being timed exclusive is because they want to sell Game Pass. I don't think that's correct because we already see a bunch of other games being day one. So why wouldn't that argument apply to those? So I don't really think that's the case. I think it's more.
Do you remember my article from last year about exclusivity? Do you remember the headline?
That'd be incidental that, certain teams weren't some teams wouldn't be set up for multi-platform development.
Yes.
And I think maybe Playground is one of those teams not currently set up for multi-platform development because they've never done it before. Forza Horizon 5 was a port job from another studio, so they're not set up to do simultaneously development where they're making the game on a bunch of different platforms.
Yeah, and you've got to remember as well, the Forza engine is a proprietary engine.
True.
So it's probably like the tools to do the port to PlayStation are not fully mature yet. So maybe it just takes longer purely by virtue of that fact. Because it's not a real engine or anything like that. They haven't announced E-Day for PlayStation yet, have they?
No.
I don't think they have, right?
Well, no.
So,
no.
Brad Sams apparently said, someone said this in chat. Brad Sams said he expected all of Xbox's games to be timed exclusive going forward. I personally don't think that's the case. I think this is purely incidental as a result of Forza, Playground Games, and Turn 10 not necessarily having a mature pipeline in place to do a direct multi-platform release yet. I thoroughly believe Forza Horizon 7 will be multi-platform day one. I think that's where it goes.
Do you remember when
I could be wrong.
When we were talking about the multi-platform approach, basically when it first started in 2024, and we were going through all the different things like would Microsoft keep exclusives? Would everything just be timed exclusive? Or would most of the things just be day one? And people were still debating about it because it wasn't known, right? And Ybarra's out here saying like this is Microsoft. What was his words he used? This is Microsoft screwing up the messaging again.
When did he say that?
Just yesterday about Forza, right? Like this is what Ybarra said because I think I sent it to you.
I was going to look. Do you want me to look it up? I'll look it up. Mikey Bizzle. There's a lot of Mikey Boris on X.
What do you say? He said.
Hang on, I'm looking it up.
He said there's no better racing game than Forza Horizon, which I agree. Not sure why the expected delayed launch on PlayStation. Just launch it everywhere at the same time. Continued confusing messaging. In or out. Not both. I'll play it on Steam so I don't care, but let the studio make money. Now, you could... And that's kind of like what I mentioned before about people suggesting like this is a play to sell Game Pass. But then it's like, well, why is Ninja Gaiden 4 day one everywhere? Why is Outer Worlds 2 day one everywhere? Why was Doom day one everywhere? Why are some games day one and some games aren't? And I guess maybe that could be what Ybarra is talking about here about confusing messaging about that aspect. But I sort of agree with you on the sense that maybe as a studio, they're just not at that point in their proprietary engine where Outer Worlds 2 is Unreal. I'm not sure what Ninja Gaiden is running on.
Ninja Gaiden's Unreal Engine.
Okay, Ninja Gaiden's Unreal. And Doom, The Dark Ages, I mean, it's been a multi-platform developer forever. So, okay, maybe those make sense, but then I could say, like, well, I wasn't Avowed day one. And this one's timed exclusive. And when we were talking about this before, I mentioned I thought what Microsoft might lean into was FOMO. About everything would just be timed exclusive and trying to get people to bite on Game Pass and bite on the idea of like, I need to play this game right away. It's so amazing because FOMO does work. And gamers are really, they really fall victim to it a lot of the times, where they know they shouldn't buy this game because they have a huge backlog, but they do it anyway because they want to be part of the conversation. They want to be able to play it right away when everybody else is playing it, not 6 months later. And those were the early discussions we were having in 2024. Maybe it would go like this. And when Forza Horizon 5 was launched on PlayStation and how well it's done, like one of the best-selling games on PlayStation this year, I just thought, well, that's the next step for the franchise. We're going to put it day one multi-platform. We're going to eventually bring it to the Nintendo Switch platform. And we're just going to rake in money. And then you see this and you're like, well, okay, so it's timed exclusive. And you're not even hiding it. Like, because remember when I sent it to you, you said, why just not let it be exclusive? Or it was kind of like the Indiana Jones thing, where they announced the Indiana Jones multi-platform before the game even come out. And I think you said to me, like, well, why not let the game come out and like pretend it's exclusive, and then...
Nah, I didn't say pretend exclusive. I was just like, why not obfuscate and let people... Like, if it was me, Machiavellian me, I'd be like, let people speculate a little bit, because it generates discussion, right? Like, if I was like, it's a bit assholey, and it's a bit untransparent or whatever. But I think Microsoft sometimes is too transparent for their own good. Like, if it was me and I was being an asshole about it, a Machiavellian, I'd be like, I wouldn't even mention PlayStation. I would let that lie and let people speculate and discuss about it, generate discussion. And it would raise Forza in algorithms if people are debating whether it'll come to PlayStation or not, So, but Microsoft is like too nice, and they want to be transparent about it. And I suppose that's fair enough, because Forza now has a sizable PlayStation community. I think it's the right thing to do for that community, to tell them the God's honest truth and just be like, yeah, we're coming to you guys too eventually. Bear with us, That's the right thing to do, the moral and ethical thing to do. But if I was like, being, more competitive, I would obfuscate the fact. And I think like other platforms do this. Other platforms don't announce their ports straight away. But it depends where your opinion falls. Is it the right thing to do, or is it the competitive things to do, or does any of it even matter?
Yeah. I mean, but it's like...
What would you do, Rand? What would you do if you were in charge of the messaging for Forza Horizon 6? How would you position it?
Well,
because we have to remember, everyone in this podcast has to remember, Rand is known for criminal activity.
So if you're saying, am I in charge of PR for Xbox or PR for this game and Forza in general?
PR just for this specific game.
Then I would do what they did.
You would be upfront.
I would say, hey, yeah, because you're it's about the game. We're not worried about Game Pass. We're not worried about Xbox's platform and all that stuff. I'm worried about the game and the people that love our game that now include PlayStation. And I want to put out in the messaging that don't worry, it's going to come to you after launch sometime, whether what that is, if I'm doing PR for the game itself. So the PlayStation gamers can still be excited for Forza Horizon, even though they're not getting it right away. That's what I would do if I was in charge of the game. But if I was like in charge of PR for Xbox as a platform, I maybe wouldn't want to give that information, because maybe you could get some people to play it there first, or maybe get people to buy a subscription for Game Pass and play it there, or whether it's on PC. But I think it's the right thing to do for the game. Is saying like, hey, we know we have an engaged audience on PlayStation, and we don't want that audience to go anywhere. We want to grow with the audience. So yeah, saying don't worry, it's coming is probably the right thing to do for the franchise.
No, I feel that.
Makes you wonder about the Switch though.
Why?
No mention of the Switch.
It's not powerful enough.
Well, but this is also a game that ran on the Xbox One. I mean,
it's not powerful enough.
I'm saying like they're Wizards, Playground's Wizards. They could probably get it running on
I mean, they are wizards, but there are limits
point.
to sorcery, bro.
Sure.
There are limits to sorcery.
Bro, I mean,
when you're trying to get your game
Doom
to run
running
on
the
potato,
Switch.
but Doom is Doom. But when you got like a high-end open world game like Forza Horizon, I don't think a potato could run it though.
So I guess now you look forward to next year and the games. Like, let's take a look at Playground, because we do have a super chat here that I wanted to kind of falls into this from Mr. DPC, I think. DPC Grizz. Hey, buddies, how concerned are you with Fable's development? Is Playground cooking, or are they cooked? I mean, granted, Playground's development, they've been working on this game for a long time. It seems like, at least. I mean, God, when did we first learn that they were working on Fable? Back in 2018 or whatever it was, and it was originally announced in 2020. And yeah, granted, a lot of those games announced back then haven't done well, considering Everwild and, Perfect Dark got canceled. And who knows what's going on with State of Decay 3. And Avowed came out, which is good. The last one left is like Fable from that group. And so I'm not concerned yet. We'll need to see what happens next year. And if they need more time, they need more time. But I guess it also is like, well, you could have said the same thing about Perfect Dark. And, well, we'll talk about what happened with Perfect Dark later. But I'm not concerned at this moment. I know Special Nick is of the belief that he thinks the game is coming out in 2027.
Which game is that, sorry?
Fable.
2027?
I mean, that's what Nick's been saying. That would be an odd thing, because in 2024 they seemed pretty sure it was coming in 2025, so much sure that they put a date on a trailer. And then as soon as 2025 came, one of the first things they did was delay the game to 2026. And granted, nobody knows really when GTA is really 100% going to launch. Right now it's set for May 26th, but nobody would be surprised if GTA got delayed to the fall. And I'm sorry, even if you're Fable or whatever, if you are coming out in the fall and GTA gets delayed to your time zone, you're moving. You're 100% moving. So
fair enough.
But no, I think Playground are great. I think Microsoft, they may not be happy with how long it's taking, because let's be honest, it's taking a long time.
It's taken a long time.
But
did you see my interview with the chap from Final Fantasy VII Remake?
No.
Hamaguchi-san.
What did he say?
He said that his most anticipated game is Fable.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people looking forward to Fable, and we've gotten glimpses.
So can you imagine if you've got him on the record saying that his most anticipated game is Fable, and then he gets cancelled?
I mean, I don't think it's get canceled. I mean, Playground's one of the most important studios, and I think they want to make Fable on the level of like Forza Horizon and stuff. But I think it's one of those games where they're just going to give it time. And who knows, maybe they'll even get more time if they have to delay it because of Grand Theft Auto or whatever. But I was thinking, with Forza Horizon being timed exclusive on Xbox, that probably also makes it a good case for it being timed exclusive on Xbox as well for Fable, where it would come to PlayStation later. But then you also look
is Fable on Unreal Engine or Forza Tech?
It's Forza Tech.
That is so random. That is so strange. I bet that's part of the issue with why it's taking so long, because Forza Tech is not designed originally for a kind of RPG
let me ask you
that.
Let me ask you this question. So why has it been 5 years in between Forza games then? You think that's just how it is now?
Wait, it's been 5 years?
Forza Horizon 5 came out in 2021. The next game's 2026.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, it doesn't feel like what?
5
years? And that wasn't. What was the gap of time between Forza Horizon 3, 4, and 5?
So between 1 and 2 was 2 years. Between 2 and 3 was 2 years. Between 3 and 4 was 2 years, and between 4 and 5 was 3 years. So it was 2 years for all of them except the one. But this one's now, be like 4.5 or whatever it's going to be. So
do we think that like one of the reasons why this is taking so long is because a lot of those developers are contributing to Fable?
Maybe. I do know, like, I think when Booty took over, they went to Booty and told him it was no longer. They could no longer make those games in 2 or 3 years. Like, they couldn't do it anymore in 2 years. It just wasn't possible, apparently.
Yeah, I think like maybe it's sort of like, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be like a significant leap from the previous game or like a much bigger map. I think I saw an interview with someone who went to TGS and said that the map is several times bigger than the map from Forza Horizon 5, which was several times bigger than the map from Forza Horizon 4.
I think they said it's like their biggest map ever or what have you. So
that's probably part of it too. Like they feel like they have to over deliver on the previous game.
Well, there's always that sense of like we need to be bigger than the previous game, and it's always increased. And now the last game was also cross-gen. This one doesn't seem to be. So you're ditching the Xbox One.
Which was weird because when it first went up on the store, it did say it was Xbox One X enhanced. Briefly.
I think that was just a mistake.
Yeah, it was a mistake. I clarified, but I had a bunch of people ask me like, "Oh my god, is this coming to Xbox One?" And I was like, "Damn, that'd be weird."
Yeah, that would be weird.
I asked, and it was.
So what do you think this means for like Halo or Gears or any of the like future games? Because we have some games that are day one multiplat, like we mentioned. And then Forza kind of is like, no, we're timed exclusive. Now, granted, that timed exclusive could be short. That could come to PlayStation in 3 months. Or it could come to PlayStation a year later. You don't really know. How many months was it from Indiana Jones? I think that was...
I don't know.
That was 4 months. So Indiana Jones was 4 months. So, I mean, it's possible that Forza Horizon is only 4 months. It's possible it's longer. But what do you think that means for like Coalition? You mentioned E-Day. Gears Reloaded was day one. Granted, I don't think it was Coalition that did it. I think it was a different studio, but Unreal Engine. We know Halo, they're doing Unreal Engine now too. Would you say, well, Playground's not set up for simultaneous development, and certainly the Coalition and 343 aren't. But they are working on a game for an engine that, is used widely across the industry. So does that make the Coalition and Gears E-Day more likely to be day one, or will they still go to the timed exclusive approach for those games? What do you think?
Well, again, I don't think it's necessarily like a timed exclusivity approach. I generally think it's incidental.
Well, sure, if it's incidental, but I'm just saying... Do you think it's easier for them to be day one because of the engine they're using? Because maybe it all comes down to that. Maybe it's like, well, we could do it, but we'd have to hire people on and then train them how to use Forza Tech. Where it's just Unreal.
Yeah, it's just Unreal, but like maybe they don't have that many dev kits. Maybe.
Well, yeah, but if you're saying Playground's not set up for multi-platform development, then surely the Coalition's also not set up for multi-platform development, and neither is 343. So
they probably aren't. They're embedded in Xbox culture, Xbox tools, Xbox APIs, and there's probably like a sort of a knowledge gap there between porting to PlayStation. I think it's kind of funny because you mentioned Mike Ibarra's tweet, where he criticizes Microsoft for not doing day one on PlayStation. But like someone posted an older tweet where Mike was like, "Oh yeah, it's better for us to launch on Xbox so we can optimize for one platform first," like contradicting himself. Maybe that's an aspect of it, which version of Mike do you want to believe? But I do think like the Coalition I think a lot of Microsoft studios are intentionally kept as a smaller kind of team, so they can be like more agile and stuff like that. And maybe they just don't have a team in place that does the porting, and maybe it's like we do the porting after the fact, at least today. I genuinely do believe in the future Microsoft will do simultaneous release on PlayStation. There's no reason not to at this point. I just think it's going to be over time. So I don't think there's necessarily like we're specifically not porting E-Day because we want to give exclusivity to our ecosystem. But then again, maybe there is. Maybe there is some kind of like we're still doing experiments on what this can achieve here. Because at the end of the day, Microsoft doesn't want to pay the cut. They would rather people played their games within their ecosystem so they didn't have to give the cut. Whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's Forza, whether it's E-Day, they would rather you acquired it via Xbox Play Anywhere than PlayStation or Steam, right? So maybe they're still doing experiments. Maybe they're like, is the right balance giving us a 3-month exclusivity window? And this is just me speculating, by the way. I've got no information or evidence on it. But maybe they just like, just imagine for a second. Are they maybe speculating that they're like, can we extract data? Can we extract more sales if we give ourselves a 3-month exclusivity window from people who have every platform? So you have to imagine, they've probably got data on people who have every platform, whether it's PC, PlayStation, Xbox. And they're probably thinking like, can we incentivize people to make their purchases on our platform? Can we incentivize that cohort of players to buy it on our platform instead of the other platforms if we have a 3-month exclusivity window? So maybe there's an experiment going on, you know. I could be completely wrong. I could investigate that actually. Because I think that's a cool idea. I think I should probably be working for Xbox, you know.
Yeah.
And I should give them that idea directly.
Well, I wonder if
I don't know, man.
I wonder if Mike is trying to suggest that they should have delayed Forza until the PS5 version was ready.
Oh, you mean like just wait out for a simultaneous
Yeah, because he's saying
launch?
it's confusing messaging. So if you were going to launch it May 5th on Xbox and PC, is Mike suggesting that you delay it till September if that's how long you needed for a PS5 version to come together, and you just launch the game in September day one everywhere? But it take
I think there is some virtue in that. I mean, we spoke on previous podcasts about how if you want to cut through the zeitgeist and generate algorithmic authority,
yes,
you kind of want to address the biggest audience possible. So releasing it on everywhere all at once. But maybe they don't think about it in that much depth. Maybe they're not that meticulous about gaming the system like that. Maybe they're just like, whatever, we'll launch it when it's ready on the platforms that we've got it ready for. You know, that's probably the reality of it. Not wanting to game the system too much.
Yeah,
because if it was me, I would fucking game the system. I would try and game the system if it was me. But like I said earlier, it's a bit assholey to do that. You know.
But you know,
Is assholey a word?
I mean, now it is.
It fucking is now, baby. Assholey.
Another game that Xbox is publishing is Kojima's game. And we got a Kojima event where he talked about Death Stranding and the future of his studio, and there was even a look at his next PlayStation game, Physent, which is, he said, 2030. He's like 2030 is at the earliest and could be later. It's a spy game he's making. But we got a new trailer for OD. This one, it's called OD Knock. And
but wasn't that announced that the knock part was his chapter?
Well, yeah, so that was the other big thing of this is like people will have their own versions of OD, like Jordan Peele's version will be OD dash something, and then so this kind of wants it to be like a franchise in that way where there's different versions, and Knock is Kojima's version of this game. But they released the trailer, and I mean, there's not much gameplay in it. It's really just a trailer to set the tone and the atmosphere of it. But, man, a lot of people are making comparisons to PT. That, because PT was the game, the little demo thing that they released that was leading up to Silent Hills with him and Norman Reedus while he was still at Konami. Then he left and went to Death Stranding, and Norman Reedus came with him. I know how much you like PT. What'd you think of this trailer? What'd you think of OD Knock?
One thing I like to do with trailers like this is show my girlfriend. My girlfriend's a non-gamer, right?
Right.
So I like to assess the impact that it has on someone who's not as, I don't know, kind of like feels like they've seen it all. My girlfriend was like, man, she was mind blown by the graphics.
Yeah.
So this uses Unreal Engine's MetaHuman algorithm, which is like it's facial scanning software. And personally, I think this is like the best use case we've seen of this so far. I was so impressed with the amount of subtlety in, I can't remember her name now. Is it
Sophia
Sophia
Lillis.
Ellis?
Sophia Lillis.
Sophia Lillis.
She was in It. She was Beverly
Yeah,
in It.
she was fantastic in that movie. So the amount of subtlety you can extract from her performance in that trailer was sublime. And I think that really emphasizes what Unreal Engine's metahuman stuff can do, because I really felt like the trailer was crossing the Rubicon. I think I used the phrase crossing the Rubicon in my article about it. Crossing the Rubicon of that uncanny valley, where, because I think as humans, evolutionarily, we don't necessarily, a lot of the sort of facial expressions that are used in communication, we take for granted sometimes. But I think OD and MetaHuman are really starting to emphasize those more subtle facial cues that we take for granted. And like her performance in that was absolutely amazing. Like you could see her like eyes trembling. It was crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I know like Death Stranding has been up there too with that kind of stuff. Like I've seen clips of Death Stranding 2, that's definitely up there. So that part of it was absolutely incredible. The sort of the atmosphere and the liminalness of it. I want to give a shout out right now to Travis on the Xbox 2 Discord, because I want to share his conspiracy theory, Rand.
Okay.
And I don't know if you share this conspiracy theory, but this is a conspiracy theory that's gathering some momentum across YouTube and things like that. And that is that OD is literally Silent Hills.
I've seen some of that. I've seen some of that speculation. Yeah.
So like, Tavish Hill, not Travis, sorry, Tavish Hill on the Xbox 2 Discord and other places, he shared to me a bunch of evidence which would suggest that OD is linked to PT and thus Silent Hills indirectly or directly, because it uses a lot of the same assets, the same floor textures, the same door, things like that. Yes, Tavish. I apologize. I got your name wrong, but I do like those conspiracy theories. But
well, yeah, they're
it
fun.
does seem like it's kind of like it's. I think it would be amazing if this truly was Silent Hills. It would be amazing to know that Konami and Kojima had worked out their issues and that maybe they could work together again in the future, maybe. But personally, do I believe it? Not necessarily. I think Kojima's cleverly using it to generate discussion. You know, like I said earlier, like I would let people speculate on whether Forza Horizon was going to come to PlayStation at all, because it generates comments, videos, discussion, topics, and thus pushes up your game in the algorithm. So I think like Kojima is being clever and linking it to Silent Hills in order to generate these discussions and this speculation. But personally, I think it's a completely separate project, and I think Konami still has issues with Kojima or whatever.
Well, I think clearly, yeah, Kojima still got problems with Konami.
Yeah,
because I mean, he was asked about the Metal Gear Delta release and stuff, and I look, I get why people want to like say this is PT, but just in a different name. I mean, it would be fantastic if it was. I could imagine. Can you imagine people going to play it, and it actually is PT? People would lose their minds.
It would blow. It would blow the internet.
But the thing is, you know what though? That would all get out before people actually played it, because it would all just be in reviews. People would be like, "This is PT." So like the surprise would already be ruined for people. Because I was thinking like, man, what if Kojima could do something like Metal Gear?
But dude,
Solid 2, you know what?
Yeah. But what if Kojima fully Kojims, right?
Oh, if he really Kojimed?
If he really Kojimed to the point of a singularity level Kojima, where maybe he doesn't reveal Twist until a post-launch patch.
Or that there were maybe like no reviews for this game and everybody experienced it at the same time, and then everybody was like, "Oh my god, it is PT."
Yeah, fuck it. Don't do reviews for this game if you want to do something like that.
Well, the
That
thing
could
is,
be
but I guess
that could
that's the
break
other
the
thing
internet, man.
because I love the trailer, I love the vibes, I love the atmosphere, I love horror, and I love the fact that horror is having such a great resurgence. And screw
It really is.
EA
It is,
for
isn't
not
it?
continuing on with the Dead Space stuff. Like, screw them. I mean, I'm happy we got to remake it all, but damn it, you should have done Dead Space 2. Look at all the horror love that's happening everywhere, right? It's great. So I love that trailer. I think it looks fantastic. I'm still wondering, in the back of my mind though, I remember hearing those reports that it's not really a game. Remember, because it was like a cloud-based game, and there were like early reports.
It does sound like as if there's some kind of cloudy aspect to it.
Well, sure, maybe there is. So I sort of, even though the trailer doesn't really tell us what the game is, and it seems like it's a teaser thing more than anything. So now I'm wondering, like, okay, what is like? It makes me want to play it.
I'm
super
like gameplay though.
I'm super like, okay,
gameplay.
that looks cool. I guess the next question we have is, when's it coming? Because Kojima already said, Fizzint, I think, is his next game, and that one's in concept phase now. So he said 2030 or beyond, like 2030 at the earliest or whatever. They just shipped Death Stranding 2 early this year, back in June. Don't know if they're doing any DLC or anything for that. But OD's been a thing since, I think they announced it in Showcase 2022, if I remember, or I think it was 2022 or 2021. They had a big blow-off for it at the Game Awards in 2023, if you remember, when they had Jordan Peele come out on stage. So then 2 years later, they have this, okay, here's like a teaser trailer and the official title, OD Knock. Are we looking at this game coming out next year? Are we looking at this game coming out in 2027?
I have no idea.
What do you think,
man.
the time? Because I mean, Phil showed up at this event, this special Kojima event. I remember when I told you that. I was like, Phil just showed up at the event. He's like, why is there a teaser? What's going on? I'm like, dude, there's a special. Kojima had his own event. He doesn't need TGS. He's got his own thing going on. He's Kojima.
He's Kojiming all over the
and
place.
I think Phil said the game's in deep development now. So
it is, yeah.
I guess that.
I mean,
that begs the question: like, how long are we? I mean, is it 2027? Is it 2028? Is how fully invested is Kojima in this? If he's Fizzint his next thing, and that's 2030. Like, has Kojima finished all of his work on this game, as in like story stuff, and now it's just like other aspects of it, so we can move on to Fizzint? I don't know. Like, what do you think?
I kind of feel like if it was coming next year, they probably would have said coming 2026.
Yeah, they didn't
right?
give a date or anything like that, which suggests it's
there's no
2027.
Yeah, so I would imagine, it's probably 2027. I don't know. Obviously, I've not heard anything about launch dates or anything like that, but yeah, I just want to tangent slightly. I didn't realize that Jordan Peele was the same Peele from Key and Peele.
The director of Get Out and Us and Nope.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought Key and Peele was. I thought he was a comedian, and then bro's like, nah, actually, I'm a horror genius. Like, what?
Well, I
Seriously?
mean, a lot of his recent stuff. I mean, people are blaming him for the bad reviews of him and the box office and stuff. And yeah, so I mean, people are kind of down on Jordan Peele right now. So
yeah, because I always get shorts for like Key and Peele on Instagram and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, that's funny. Like I didn't know it was the same dude, man. I didn't know it was the same dude. And I've also got another confession. I've never seen any of his movies.
I recommend Get Out or Nope. I think Us was bad.
Nope,
movie.
good. Yeah. Yeah.
Get Out.
I should check.
Get Out is his best though. If you want to check out one of them, watch that one.
All right, I'll check it out. But But anyway, I digress. Like, it does sound like it's going to be some kind of anthology kind of series,
Which
like
is cool.
OD
I'm down
Knock.
for that. I'm down for
Yeah, I'm
different
down for that.
directors and different people having a different take on whatever. That sounds cool.
I think Phil even said something like Phil got clowned for this a little bit, but he said something like, "We need new IP to drive the industry forward," and people were like, "Yeah, what about Hi-Fi Rush?"
Yeah,
Stuff like
well.
that. But yeah,
Phil also said like you're not going to grow the industry with $1,000 consoles, and here's $1,000 ROG Ally. So, you know. Remember,
but it's a PC,
he
so
said
it's
that
okay.
he said that directly about like the PS5 Pro, and he's like, I don't think we're going to grow the industry with $1,000 thing. Here's $1,000 ROG Ally X though, but it's okay because it's a PC,
bro.
it's not a console.
It's a PC, bro.
Yeah.
I can run Photoshop on that shit, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder who. Do we know if there's another director working on it, or if it's just Kojima and Peele? Could Guillermo del Toro
I mean,
be
I guess
working
it's
on one?
possible. That'd be cool.
Because he was at TGS.
Yeah,
by the
well,
way.
he's in Death Stranding stuff, so
Yeah, I know, but
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
he's part of
definitely
the
could.
he's part of the Kojima entourage. He's part of Team Kojima, so to speak.
I also sort of wonder, would the Xbox's Tokyo Game Show look better if the OD stuff was moved to it, so you could have Forza Horizon 6 reveal and then this stuff for OD, instead of like the OD stuff being separate? Like if it was combined into the Xbox's Tokyo Game Show, maybe people look at the Tokyo Game Show in a much better light if that's the case. Because, I mean, OD seems like a big thing, or at least it's going to be a big thing. I mean, anything Kojima does kind of is. And people really seemed super high on OD. And I just think, well, imagine if that was at Xbox's show. How would people feel about it? Maybe people would be like, oh, that was worth staying up for. Instead of being like, really? This is all I got? Just a Forza Horizon 6 location announcement? Maybe it would turn make people think differently about that. But anyways, got a couple more.
Give me your rating for TGS before we move on.
I did. I think it was like a C minus D. I don't know. It wasn't really a good one. But I mean, I don't expect anything out of those anyways. Champagne Supernova says 20 days until I can play Silk Song while taking a hot steaming dump. The era of exclusive shitter gaming begins. Hashtag squatting gaming gang. Yeah, he likes that.
Oh man.
Face 23 BKNY says, Jez, are you going to play Ghost of Yotai? I'll answer that question for Jez. No. Maybe when it comes to PC, he will.
Well, this is the thing. I've got Ghost of Tsushima for PC, and I haven't played it yet. So I kind of feel like I need to play.
You don't
Ghost
need
of Tsushima
to. The stories aren't connected in any way. So
I would want to though.
Sure.
If that feels the right thing to do. So maybe I play Ghost of Tsushima on my Xbox Ally.
There you go.
Or maybe I just wait for the Xbox version.
I mean, there was.
Oh shit!
We didn't talk about that. So there was a thing from Xbox.com and the Google search index that said Horizon Zero Dawn, but then also ones that said Last of Us, a God of War, and even ones that said Legend of Zelda. Do you hold any stock into the search index stuff from the German Xbox.com website or whatever it is?
No, that's just, first of all, that's just the metadata for when you do a search and the search result comes up blank. It'll still perform a search, but it's not going to exactly give you a store page or anything like that. I don't think that's a thing. And if they were populating the Xbox store with those games, they would be almost certainly listed under code names. So I don't put any stock in that at all.
Now, people said the same thing happened with Helldivers 2, but before it was announced.
You know, it's fun. It's fun to think, right? I think if there was any of Sony's single player games that would come to Xbox, it probably would be Horizon, because it feels a little bit like they want that to be their sort of Assassin's Creed-y kind of game. That sort of like, because isn't Horizon getting a TV show or a movie or something like that?
I think it's getting something on Netflix, I think. But I mean, God
Yeah,
of War's
something
getting a
like that.
TV show that's filming next year, and Last of Us has a TV show. I'm not
Maybe
sure.
they think Horizon's something that can really become a globalized kind of brand. I disagree personally, but they clearly think that. I don't think they would have put out a Horizon Lego game if they didn't think it had sort of mass market appeal potential. I don't think Horizon has that, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe they're just thinking like we need to put this on Xbox before Tencent puts their Horizon on Xbox. Because you gotta remember, Tencent's making their own Horizon kind of game, right? And there's currently a lawsuit pending over it. So if I'm Sony, I'm kind of like, well, do I want to get my game out there before Xbox fans assume this is the de facto kind of one?
Yeah. Anyways, we have a super chat here from. Let me bring this up again. Yeah, you read Jesse's about Silent Hill F. Got Down Otaku
Yeah.
says Pokemon Legends Z. A Rand? No, there's no chance in hell I'm ever playing another Pokemon game, Don. Sorry.
Why would you play Pokemon when we're getting the real Pokemon Monster Hunter Stories, or even just Palworld?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not interested in it whatsoever.
Did you see that Palworld announced a farming simulator game not days after Nintendo did? I thought that was pretty funny.
Barry Fitzgerald says, question. Elder Scrolls 6, will Bethesda redeem themselves and deliver a banger, or will we see another Starfield? That kind of is a loaded question, but also kind of goes with also the news that kind of came out this week, Jez. I don't know if you saw it. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But apparently Elder Scrolls 6 has a release year, a release date.
I did not see this.
Yeah, so Ecstasis claims that the studio is targeting a late 2027 release for Elder Scrolls 6.
2026?
No, a late 2027 release.
Oh, late 2027.
While he doesn't provide internal evidence to support his claim, he does say that the information he's collected would lead him to logically believe the game will launch by then. So, I mean, I remember when I predicted it would be at this year's showcase. Part of it was because I thought there was a good chance it would release in 2027. And I thought, okay, well, 2 years is probably a good, you could start sort of the cycle. So that's why, plus I think I'd heard that they were doing things like it was internally demoed or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, maybe that's a good sign that Elder Scrolls is going to be there. But I don't think a late 2027 release is off the cards. I think it could fall into that time frame. I guess the idea of it, okay, could they Starfield it? I know there's that worry because Starfield was divisive in a way, where you have people like me that really liked it who really don't play Bethesda games that often. I mean, I do play them when they come out, but I don't play them for long. And really, I'm only interested in main quests and side quests and stuff. Like, I'm not someone who goes back and keeps on trying to discover new things. But one of the things that was missing from Starfield will be probably a core experience in Elder Scrolls, which is exploration. I really kind of think they screwed up the exploration part of Starfield. You know, like, and what I mean by that, it was like
POIs, man.
It
wasn't enough POIs.
It was because everything was broken up, like all these different planets, all these different things, but then the load screens in between them of like you're in your ship, you load to the atmosphere, then you pick where you want to go and you load there, and then you load, you go to the planet and you load there, and then half the time there's really nothing interesting to be found, so you would use fast travel everywhere. But this new Elder Scrolls, I would imagine, would play very similarly to the previous ones. So it's just a world where you're on foot. And when you're doing that, you're going to see to your next objective that there might be some cool cave over here or something else where that... One of the reasons why I like the Avowed so much, because Avowed's exploration reminded me a lot of Oblivion and Skyrim's, where because that game was so densely packed, and you could basically see something that off in the distance that looked intriguing, so you would go over there and you could find something cool and get into some cool combat. And I think that was sort of missing from Starfield, which I do think
No, it totally was.
will be present in Elder Scrolls 6. So
I think that they are more set up to deliver a game like Elder Scrolls or Fallout, where it's like we've got a static location, we can really add density to this. They went way too broad with Starfield, and you kind of have to if you're making a space game. You've got to make space, to some degree. You've got to make space. But there was no like the what was amazing about Starfield and Fallout, you could go into any cave, any building, and there would be something. There would be something. Whereas in Starfield, you go to any planet, and I remember, I distinctly remember the time where, like, after I finished Starfield's like main quest, I didn't finish all of the side quests, but I was like, when I finished the main quest, I was like, I went to one planet, and then I went to like another planet in some other solar system, and I found the exact same cave and the exact same building, and I know that you can sort of explain the buildings where, oh, these are prefabricated buildings, a bit like shipping containers, right? But it wasn't just the same building, Rand. It was the same gorge, the same sort of geological impression, copy and pasted on another planet. So it was at that point that my immersion was completely broken. You don't experience that in Fallout. You don't experience that in Skyrim because every cave is different, especially in Skyrim, I would say. Every cave is different. Every location is different. Every city is different. There's something new around every corner. Whereas in Starfield, you have this bigger world that somehow felt smaller at the same time. It was like, oh, we've got this vast cosmos, but copy and pasted caves, man. So I think it really did detract from the level of immersion that people expect of these kind of games. So I would hope that the setting results in Elder Scrolls being a better experience overall and delivering in ways that Starfield didn't. That being said, I still think Starfield has the potential to get there. I'm really intrigued what this next expansion is going to be. I think it's called, what is it called? Terra Armada or something like that.
that was kind of the thing they were teasing at their birthday, right? Their launch
So like
day or whatever.
there's rumors that they're going to enhance and streamline the traversal between planets and space and things like that. Um, and I think almost every review criticized the lack of POIs, like points of interest, for being that copy and pasted thing. Because when Starfield delivered the most was when you were in those handcrafted locations, those planets that were unique, or those cities that were unique. As soon as you stepped out of that, you're in bullshit. You're in copy and paste land, And that's where it started to feel like I was playing Mass Effect 1 again. It was Mass Effect 1's terrible, copy and pasted planets.
Right.
So, yeah, I do. I've got a lot more faith in Elder Scrolls to deliver. I think the setting for Starfield their ambition didn't meet the technology they had at the time.
Yeah.
To
Don
deliver
Taku says,
randomized content.
Hopefully Elder Scrolls 6 is as good as Starfield or better. I mean, I really like Starfield, so if it's as good as good or better, that's great. I think this Elder Scrolls will deliver what people want. I think people had in their minds how a space game from them would work, and maybe it was like a couple generations too soon. All the loading and stuff kind of just like broke up the immersion for that, and because I remember getting in that game and exploring, and I explored for like 2 hours and I found nothing of interesting. I was just like, this isn't worth doing. And then, I started doing the faction quests and stuff, and that's when I really started to like the game. Barry joined the member. He became a member, so enjoy all those cool emotes and stuff. Champagne Supernova says, you guys are missing the entire point. If you deuce twice a day, that equates to $1.36 USD to bring gaming to the bathroom. You couldn't be better value.
He's completely right there. Completely right. That's about the same price as Surfshark VPN.
So Barry Fitzgerald also dropped 5 memberships as well. Thank you, sir. He also super chatted and says, I just got a notification that my account doesn't have enough funds, but the payment goes through using PayPal. Should I be worried? I was going to donate $500, but I don't want to get in trouble. What's happening? I have no idea. I don't think you'll get in trouble.
I think what it might be is like fraud protection on your bank. That might be like,
Yeah,
oh shit,
maybe.
that was a lot of money. But like, thank you so much for the intention, though. That's really kind of you, even if it didn't work.
Chris says, I don't believe Xbox is done as a console, but all of their actions make it seem like the last thing they want us to buy is a console. I can't imagine they're not aware of retailers not even selling it. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
there was
the
that whole
whole
Costco thing, right?
this week, where Costco, I guess it wasn't even so much that it was this week, but I guess it's been happening for a bit, where they're not even stocking Xbox consoles anymore. And realistically, who could blame them? I mean, retailers aren't a charity. They take up big floor space. They could put something else in their, place to sell. And with the price increases, it makes it look like $650 for a Series X? Who's that really going to sell to at this point in time? This late in the generation? I mean, I can't really blame any retailers being like, it's not worth it for us because it's not a product. I mean, it's not even like you look at like the sales of it when NPD reports it, and you're just like, man, it's always down, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like more. So I can't fault any of the retailers for being like, that's it, we're done. But then it makes me wonder about, their next console. Are they done with Xbox stuff forever?
Well, apparently they did tell Destin Legary that they had no plans to stock future Xbox consoles, but I've been trying to investigate this. Xbox is obviously not providing any statements, I suppose, if they're negotiating with them or whatever. But it does seem to be something to do with Costco's business model, because they do that whole membership thing, don't they, or something like that. I don't know. See, like, I'm not familiar with Costco until I started covering the story. So I was like, what's going on here? Because I was under the assumption that Costco was just a regular retailer like any other, but they've got a slightly different model to some other businesses in that sort of ecosystem, right? So it's something to do with the wholesale price. I think going up has maybe like made it untenable for them or something like that. Obviously, Xbox is still carried by shitloads of other retailers, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't blame them for not wanting to carry the system, because I do think at the price points they're currently at, I think it's just too expensive, and the audience that you've basically tapped out anybody who wants an Xbox at those price points. So
yeah, but it goes back to what I was saying earlier, like in the whole sort of like, at least rightly or wrongly, Microsoft assumes that people who want an Xbox will buy it at that price point. And at least for me, I will, because that's where I do all of my gaming.
yeah,
They're not going to price me out.
You don't have to, because you have one. So
yeah, but I mean, in the future, or whatever.
Sure, but I guess it all depends on what it is, what it does, and what it should be for what's in the system, right?
I suppose a lot of Xbox fans, or at least people who maybe even potentially were considering buying an Xbox at this point, are probably just going to wait for next gen at this point. I do wonder, like, what kind of gamer are buying Xboxes at this point? Because I would have assumed that anyone who wanted an Xbox at this point would already own one.
Sure.
So who's buying them at this point? Are there people who just didn't upgrade? Are there people who are on 360 still, or Xbox One, and just like, I'm going to wait till the last possible minute to upgrade? That seems weird to me.
I mean, you have to give people reasons.
Like, is there anyone in chat who bought an Xbox relatively recently? And if so, why did you wait so long? I'd be interested to know.
Well, I mean, we do have next year. See, this is part of what I don't really get. Well, maybe I do get, because I don't think Microsoft is interested in selling things at a loss anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have the biggest game ever releasing next year. And that's not going to be on previous
Monster
generation.
Stories 3? Oh.
Yeah, in your dreams. GTA 6. And you would imagine a lot of people who are still on last gen are on last gen for certain games, one of them being Grand Theft Auto 5. So a lot of people are going to be looking to upgrade. I mean, we saw that last year with college football. College football came back after a long hiatus, and it wasn't on last gen. So if you wanted to play college football, you had to get a PS5 or an Xbox Series X or S. And you remember, sales for both those systems skyrocketed that month because people had a reason to upgrade and buy the system because of NCAA. Now, this is Grand Theft Auto we're talking about. And there's a lot of people. I mean, I think PlayStation just made mention in their financial report that I think last quarter was the first time. Was it the first time PlayStation had more monthly active users than PS4? So there's still a lot of people.
PlayStation 5.
Yeah, like PlayStation 5 had finally had more users than PlayStation 4 did or something. It was something like that.
Oh, damn.
So you have a lot of people playing on PlayStation 4. I would imagine you still also have a good amount of people playing on Xbox One because all the biggest games are still available there. Fortnite, Roblox, Call of Duty. So for a lot of people who only play one game or only play those type of games, to them, it's like, well, I don't have a reason to upgrade to next gen. But with Grand Theft Auto, people are going to be like, I need this. So you sort of wonder if Xbox just priced themselves out of that whole, are people who are on Xbox One, when they go to upgrade to Xbox, when they go to upgrade for Grand Theft Auto, are they going to be priced out of the Xbox? Because they'll see the price and see $650, and then they'll look at the price of the PlayStation and see, well, I mean, I guess maybe the price of the PlayStation will still go up, but $550, and they'll be like, I'll just get a PlayStation. Could they be on the verge of losing a lot of Xbox One users to PlayStation simply because they price the console hardware so high that people switching, which if you're probably switching now, you really don't have an allegiance to the platform because you probably don't play that much. You only really care about where you could play it at, and everything's,
If you are price conscious, aren't you getting a Series S anyway?
Maybe.
If you're that price conscious that you've waited all the way to 2026 to buy a console just for one game,
but maybe that's your jump in point.
It makes the most sense.
I don't know, but at the time you wrote that article, the Series S was $29.99 or $299. It's now $429, I think.
That is true.
Because you wrote an article being like, Grand Theft Auto releasing is going to be great for Microsoft because they'll have the Series S. But now the Series S is way more expensive. So, do
you think there's a universe where if the tariffs abate, does Microsoft lower the prices back down?
No.
You don't think the prices will come down ever again?
I think those prices are going to be. I think those unless they do holiday things, those prices are the prices.
Because in the past they've done permanent price drops for consoles.
Yes, this is like the first gen where we've done permanent price upgrades and not a permanent price drop. So no, I think these are the prices, and I think there's a good chance. I saw Z Huge talking about this that PlayStation and Nintendo might have to raise the price of their consoles next year. That they may be good for the rest of this year or whatever, but they'll take a look and see, and they might have to raise the prices next year or something.
Like, do you think Microsoft ends up being forced to raise their stock because they are manufacturing basically to order, whereas PlayStation has a stockpile in the United States presently, meaning they don't have to adjust prices for stock that's already.
I mean, imagine. That's what I'm saying. I wonder, one, when Grand Theft Auto's coming out, May or fall. And then two, is Xbox going to have a bunch of stock available? Because, I mean, if you're ever going to have like a whole bunch of stock available, it's for that event. It would be stupid to have, well, we're just going to only make, for what what demand is. You would imagine the demand would be a lot higher than it is today at this point in time. And I would imagine PlayStation feels the same. Like they're gonna be, we're getting ready because this is a once in a lifetime thing, or once in a generation thing. And I sort of wonder if with what they're doing with the hardware stuff, you remove from Costco, Grand Theft Auto comes out, people go to Costco to buy stuff. Xbox ain't there. But PlayStation and Nintendo are, but Nintendo won't have it. I'm just sort of, I guess I don't know what their plans are, but I mean, I think that's sort of a bad thing. You don't want to be in that position. You're talking about like the most Grand Theft Auto being the most mainstream casual game ever, and you're not. Costco's a big retailer. I guess we'll have to see how it goes.
Sure is. I mean, we have Costco in the UK, apparently. Someone in chat said, you've got Costco in the UK. We don't have one in my town, at least. But I genuinely wasn't familiar with them. Like, you have to pay a subscription or something to even go in the store, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But there is Costco in the UK. If I go to Costco UK and search for Xbox, there's nothing there except the Thrustmaster racing wheel pedals for Xbox Series X. So you could buy a steering wheel for your Xbox at Costco, but not an Xbox.
Champagne Supernova says Mike Ybarra is little Lisa Simpson. Springfield's answer to the question nobody asked. Oh man. Austin T says avid listener, Mike. Big fan. Mike Ybarra is dumb. Hey,
no, man.
Mike's a fan of the show, or a friend of the show. I wouldn't say he's a fan of the show. So
he's been on twice, hasn't he, Mike?
Yeah.
I've known Mike for a long time.
I've known Mike for a long time too. When's the last time you talked to Mike?
It was at least a year ago, I think.
Yeah.
So obviously Mike has, you could say Mike has an axe to grind with Microsoft, and I don't blame him, So I don't think the way Mike was treated after the acquisition wasn't exactly spectacular. Because Mike was someone who's a genuine gamer and had genuine passion for Blizzard and Blizzard games. He was a Warcraft player. He was an Overwatch player. I even saw him on Heroes of the Storm. And I kind of feel like you need gamers to be running these companies, like genuine gamers. Mike was a hardcore gamer. But it's clearly something happened that was untoward, which led to Mike being laid off. Or ousted. People at that level don't get fired. They get resigned kind of thing. So I don't begrudge Mike having some ill feelings towards Microsoft. But a lot of what he's been saying recently kind of contradicts things that he said in the past. Like the whole we should optimize for one platform kind of thing, I don't know. It is what it is, man. I'm sure if Rand fired me from Xbox 2, I would be bitter towards Rand as well.
Probably.
Rand might replace me with Colt or Cognito, or maybe even Special Nick. Who would you replace me with, Rand?
That's a good question. Who would I replace you with? I have so many options. Maybe I would hold like a contest, and for like an Xbox 2 listener Patreon member to take Jez's place or something.
That's fantastic.
Let's see. We got we have Fiber Frenzy says Asus ROG Xbox will play more PlayStation games than PlayStation does. PS1, PS2, PS3, PSP, PS Vita, and soon PS4 and Sony PC. Ponies don't understand.
I mean, it's kind of true. I mean, if you want to, get involved with emulation. If you want to get involved with emulation and stuff like that, like I've been running my copy of Silent Hill 1 on my Lenovo Legion Go, for example. I own the game, so it's completely kosher. I own the original PS1 disc. So yeah, I mean, technically it's true. But that's the cool thing about Windows. Windows is like the ultimate backwards compatibility tool, right? And you've got platforms like Good Old Games, which are legitimizing backwards compatibility as well. Good Old Games is amazing if you like playing old games and you don't want to get into emulation and stuff like that. They've got Dino Crisis, they've got Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire is like amazing. And I have no idea why Capcom doesn't port them to modern systems. But at the very least, Capcom is Good Old Games is kind of like bridging the gap. There's so much stuff, man. BT Maverick says, Jez, go and try a Costco hot dog. They sell food there?
Yeah,
Like
bro.
IKEA?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Costco pizza, Costco hot dogs. People love that stuff.
You know,
some people just
go
to Costco to eat, and they also keep it cheap. I think the hot dog's like $1.50. They really buckled against like raising the prices of like inflation is left. So people go there just for the food like that they make there. I got a Costco near to me, but I haven't been to the Costco. And that's kind of one of those things where you need a membership. I think if I'm thinking Costco's the right one, or you go with someone with the membership to it. But yeah. Been a long time.
I need to get another drink. I'll be right back.
All right. So we have Timothy who says, apologies. Could you read my earlier super chat? Did I not read it? I thought I did. Hold on. Uh-oh. My YouTube is breaking. Hold on. Oh, yes, I did miss it. I missed it because Jez wasn't here, so I will get to it, yes. We'll have to wait for Jez to come back for that one. So in the meantime, I guess we'll talk about Wolverine and PlayStation State of Play. And only really specifically about 2 games. One of them being Saros, which opened the show, which I'm super interested in. Now, I'm of the opinion that Returnal was the best PlayStation exclusive so far this gen. Maybe that's a hot take to some people, because I think a lot of people would point to Stellar Blade. Others would point to God of War Ragnarok or Spider-Man 2, or Miles Morales, or whatever. But for me, my favorite PlayStation exclusive was Returnal. I really, really enjoyed that game. And I'm really excited to see what Housemarque has learned from that game after 5 years. I mean, let's be honest, it does look like Returnal 2. Like, if you had told me that was Returnal 2, I'd be like, yeah, that tracks. But March 20th. I mean, March is sort of packed because I think March 19th is Crimson Desert, which seems like it's going to be that big RPG experience that people crave. The game does look really cool. Then the next day is Returnal. The next day is Saros. And then the next week is James Bond, which I'm also super interested in. So you already have a lot of games set for early next year. Early February's got like February 9th is Resident Evil 9. I think the week after that is High on Life 2. So you got a lot of high-profile games already in that, January, February, March area. But Saros looks cool.
Saros looks fantastic.
Saros, yeah. I don't know. Did you play Returnal at all?
No, actually, tell a lie. Returnal was one of the first games I tried to install on my Steam Deck. But at the time, the Steam Deck just wasn't powerful enough for it. I think it's been optimized a lot since. So Returnal's definitely in the backlog, but it does look really good.
No, Saros looks great, but Wolverine though.
Woo. Wolverine looked amazing.
The violence in that game.
That's
blood, the decapitations, that's exactly kind of what because people were curious about the rating label that game would get. About how much would they lean into the blood and the gore that you can have in a Wolverine game. They pretty much answer that right away. Because that game is overly violent, which it really needs to be, right? Like,
yeah. And this is one of the things about the Wolverine IP because the dude is literally walking around with huge adamantium claws sticking out of his hands, right? So like I remember being a little kid and watching like the 90s X-Men cartoon and being like, man, why does Wolverine never actually stab anyone with his claws in that cartoon? And obviously it was for kids, right? But even in like the movies with Gandalf as Magneto, Ian McKellen, he didn't get too stabby, or if he did, it was kind of off screen,
Well,
right?
they wanted to keep it to PG-13. They didn't want that
They
R
wanted to keep
rating.
it PG-13, but then they came out with Logan, which was a bit more stabby.
It was rated R.
Well, a lot more stabby. And then the recent the Wolverine Deadpool movie,
Wolverine,
which
yeah.
was very, very stabby.
Yes.
So it does feel like they're letting Wolverine grow with its audience to some degree, right?
Yeah. And a lot
They
of the
definitely went out. They went ahead with, like you said, putting their mark on it and being like, "Yes, we're violent. We are very violent."
were hyper violent because that's what the trailer was. It almost was a quick cut of just stabby decapitations, cutting people's arms and legs off, close ups of the blood and stuff. Like, not really any pullback and seeing like what the moment to moment gameplay might be, just like tight corridors and Wolverine already kind of in a kill animation. And then some cinematics of here's Omega Red that you're going to be fighting, here's Mystique, here's close up of Wolverine with the voiceover of Liam McIntyre, who, you know, I don't know if you remember, did the voice for JD in Gears. He's the voice of Wolverine. I don't know if you did you catch that?
I did not. I
Yes.
did not catch that.
So super cool. They said fall 2026. I'll definitely. That's definitely one I'll be like, all right, I love Wolverine, so I'm very.
I'll wait for the Xbox version.
Yeah, if that ever happens.
Or at least the PC.
Well, I mean, why
version.
not? You
But
could just.
I've been told PC's an Xbox now, so
Is it?
this is an Xbox, bro.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to wait, I suppose.
I get it on the Xbox Ally. This is an Xbox.
Good.
That's what I've been told.
If it'll run on it, or
Of course it will.
run well enough. But we do have a super chat here that I missed earlier because you were away, from Timothy, who says, Jez, what is the most British game you have ever played? Fable's my choice, but I'm just a Yank in Ohio. So
I think
what is the most
good
British
question.
game?
See, I can't think past Atomfall right now.
Okay.
Because I've been playing Atomfall recently. I'm sure there are probably more British games, and a lot of people would probably say Fable. But Fable's set in a fantasy setting. Atomfall's more contemporary. It's set in the Lake District in the north, which feels to me like the heart of England. It's Atomfall, I think.
Okay.
Atomfall is the most British game. It's got multiple pubs. It's got cups of tea you can drink randomly. It's got Cornish pasties in it. It's British as fuck, man. Atomfall's fantastic.
All right, we have Barry says, really looking forward to Fable, Elder Scrolls 6, and Witcher 4. Rockstar usually doesn't delay when they give a definitive date, only with release window. That's usually true. But people just don't trust that. People are just like, Rockstar, they're just going to delay it again. They don't really trust that it has a date. I mean, and honestly, if I were to bet right now, I'm not sure I would bet that it would release on the day they say it is. You know? Maybe I would take the bet that it would be delayed, but either way, I mean, next year looks pretty big for gaming, just like the end of this year has been. And even you look at the Game of the Year contention stuff now, I mean, Jazz, this is gonna, because before, when we were talking
it's a tight contest.
we're talking about like Keeley's, right? Like this, like Game of the Year, who would be nominated? Because every website, like Windows Central, does their own awards and IGN and stuff. But you know, we had kind of came with like, okay, Expedition 33 will definitely be there. Donkey Kong is going to be there. Death Stranding 2 is going to be there. Silk Song, remember? Because it came out of nowhere, so it was like, well, Silk Song's going to be there. And then, out of nowhere also, here's Hades. Highest rated game of the year. It's like, well, okay, well, now that's probably going to be there too. So you're almost looking at like 5 locks with like one sort of, because they do 6 nominees. So now you almost got all the rest of the games of the year fighting for that last spot, whether it's Ghost of Yotai, whether it's Split Fiction, whether it's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, whether it's Blueprints, or whether it's another fall release that hasn't come out yet that's like really good. And I think I don't know if you wrote your article yet about indie games, but outside of Death Stranding 2 in that stuff, like Expedition 33, indie game. I mean, I don't know if that's an indie game, but Silk Song definitely
Expedition?
is. Yeah, would you consider
Silk Song? I mean, Expedition technically, Samfall is independent, right? They had a lot of investors and stuff like that, but
Silk
it's still
Song,
independent.
Hades. I mean, it's going to be a battle to see, because I could see Expedition winning easily. I could definitely see Silk Song winning. I could see Hades winning.
I think Donkey Kong.
I think there's even a chance Donkey Kong could win.
I think Donkey Kong wins because of the Nintendo tax rebate.
Well, what about Hades 2? Doesn't it have a Nintendo rebate too? Because it's only on Nintendo.
Is Hades exclusive to Nintendo?
PC and Nintendo and Switch 2, yeah.
Shit, I didn't know that.
And Nintendo's publishing.
Oh yeah, there you go. Oh really? Does that mean it's not coming to Xbox?
No, the same thing happened with the first one. Hades was a Switch exclusive, and then it came to PS4 and Xbox a year later, I think. Whatever.
I don't know. I feel like Hades probably isn't going to make the same kind of splash that Silk Song has made, but I don't know, because ultimately it's not up to the public. It's up to the journalists, the game journalists. So maybe the game journalists are like, Silk Song is too hard, man.
I mean, there is that.
Silk Song too hard, bro.
People saying that. Well, have you finished it yet? I think you dropped it because it was too hard. You told
me
privately.
Shut up. So fuck off. I didn't say that.
Privately, Jez was like, bro, this is too hard for me.
You ran with the lies, man.
Yeah.
I said I was taking a little break from it. Okay.
I tell you, just make sure you beat it before I beat it. You got some time though, because I'm probably not going to be able to get to it till maybe November.
Yeah, maybe.
So
we'll see what happens, buddy. We'll see what happens.
We have Frosty who says, "Hey guys, how important do you think it is that Sony and Xbox have an entry-level console next gen? I think it would be a mistake for the ecosystem to price out potential gamers to chase after profits." Well,
there is a rumor that PlayStation's doing a Series S next gen.
Yes. But
I would think that. Sorry, go on.
Well, no, I was going to say, but as far as we know, Xbox isn't, at least right now. But maybe they are.
Let's imagine that if the next Xbox is truly more PC-like, there's probably some scope that they could have different spec models for it, potentially.
Sure. But I mean, like, what does that look like in a post-tariff world, though? What is, what price are we looking at?
Maybe tariffs aren't forever.
Are we looking at, like, the lowest one we could get is a $500 system, and that's, like, the base, but then the premium model will be $800 and above?
I would hope the base model's $400, but maybe that's wishful thinking.
The base model Series S right now is $430.
$430?
Yeah. I think that's what it is, or $400. I mean, I think it's right above $400.
Oh, that's cringe.
So and we did make that joke that, man, it would be like Microsoft to be early to the party, where they're like, here's 2 systems, and a cheap one and a more expensive one, and it was just a generation too early,
Well, it is a point that Joaquin in Branch says in chat, your internet is the entry level for Xbox. Maybe cloud is just a thing then. Because I do think the beta tag is going away.
Sure.
But then people are
going to have to then start dealing with data caps? Because because there are a lot of plans that have data caps, and you're streaming a video game. I'm sure that'll probably trigger those. Because I mean, I'm on a plan. Well, depending on the plan. Like a plan I was on 6 years ago before I started doing YouTube, I had data caps. You could maybe hit them and exceed them a couple times, and they would tell you when you would exceed them, and then it would be like, I don't know, $20 every. I forget what it was after that, like $20 every gig extra you downloaded or something. But then I eventually going on a plan that I had unlimited. I didn't have a data cap anymore. But, with everything being as expensive as it is, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people still have data caps. I mean, anybody in chat, do you guys have data caps? Let us know. That could be, a
data
factor.
caps are like only a thing in the West, at least. They're only a thing in America. That is wild to me. There's no data caps in England or mainland Europe, from what I know.
So,
why is America so cooked, Rand?
I don't know. But anyways, did we answer the question about how important do we think Xbox is? So we kind of beat around the bush. I think it's always important to have a system that's accessible to people, because if you just went with the idea of okay, Xbox is going to have one system and they're pricing it for the hardcore and they're not actually going to make that many, because in our head we're only our target's 20 million, but the 20 million most hardcore, so we're going to price this at, let's just say $1,000, and we can sell 15 to 20 million of these things to our most ardent hardcore money spenders, and we'll be fine with that because we got cloud gaming, we got PC. This is what this is for. But that does price out everybody else, and that will price out lower end consumers to essentially find, if they were Xbox consumers, to move somewhere else. So I guess it depends on what their goals are, and I think a lot of that has to do with how important they do see the console stuff. Are they still willing to lose money? I think is the big question. And how much money are you willing to lose? Like, if you think about next generation and you're building your consoles, but then priorities shift within Microsoft, where now Satya and everybody and Amy Hood are basically saying, you need to hit your margins, and those margins are this. And then one of the big albatrosses around your neck for margins is R&D and console stuff, because consoles are expensive to make, and normally we sell it on the razor blade model, where we'll take a loss on the hardware as long as you buy the system and then buy our subscriptions, buy our Game Pass, subscribe to that for the length of the console, buy some games here and there, spend money on microtransactions and all that stuff, right? But if now you're looking at it and you're like, you don't have any appetite to subsidize, you don't have any appetite anymore to lose any money on hardware. Well, okay, well then how much does it cost to actually make this thing? Let's say it's $600. Before, you might be able to sell that for $500 and make it back up. But now if there's new walking orders, and you know what? We're just not in that business anymore of losing money on our hardware, and it costs us $600 to make this thing, we'll sell for $800 and make sure that everything we sell, we're making money on, because we need to hit our targets. And we're fine selling 20 million of these things to the people that spend the most money, as long as we're making a profit on the hardware. So I guess it really comes down to what's their goal? Are you okay losing money, or do you have to make money? And I'm sure PlayStation is probably thinking the same, because they'll be up to the same thing. Tariffs are probably into some of their earnings. I think PlayStation just said that this is their most profitable system of all time, Jez, the PS5, right? They've made more money than they ever made with PlayStation. And, I mean, consoles price higher than all the other previous consoles. The games cost more. The games also all have microtransactions. The subscriptions there, the subscription costs more, right? All that sort of stuff. So I guess to answer to Frosty's question, it comes down to like, what's your target? How many you plan on selling? How much are you okay willing to lose? Because it isn't always been before. We're okay losing up front because we think by the back end we're going to be just rolling in cash. So we're okay losing all this money because by the end we'll have so much money you won't even know what to do with. But now that's kind of shifted because PC gaming's growing and young kids are now just getting right into PC gaming instead of kind of doing the console experience, because the progression always has been kids get a Nintendo system and then they kind of graduate to PlayStation or Xbox and then maybe they graduate to PC. But now kids kind of are going right to PC.
Well, this is the whole point of meeting users where they are.
Yeah, well, the whole Roblox thing where people are I'm just playing Roblox. So now people are they don't have the brand attachment. They have the PlayStation or Xbox or Nintendo, and a lot of their favorite streamers and content creators are on PC, and that's where they want to be too because they want to be content creators. So, that stuff is all I'm sure they're thinking about and talking about within the companies. Right now, even the companies doing well, like Nintendo and stuff, I'm sure they have those discussions about what do we need to do? What are our plans to attract the Gen Z user or the Gen Alpha, Gen Beta user? Like, what are we doing for them? And things of that nature. That's what the discussions are probably having, at that level of business. So, I don't know. I've also seen some speculation that that the next Xbox is coming next year, Jez. What do you think about that?
I don't think it's coming next year. I think, well, the last information I had was 2027. That was the landing strip, was 2027. I don't think 2026 is a thing. However, I have heard that there could be an OEM branded desktop living room PC Xbox branded kind of thing, like an Asus ROG desktop for the living room that comes with like the Xbox full screen experience out of the box, similar to the ROG Ally. I have heard that there could be an OEM PC Xbox branded for 2026. But that won't be a true Xbox. It won't have the AMD chip that has the backwards compatibility with the Xbox ecosystem. So that'll just be an Xbox Play Anywhere device again. And maybe again that incentivizes publishers to support Xbox Play Anywhere and further merges the ecosystem and blurs the lines furthermore and whatever. But the true next gen Xbox, I believe, is coming in 2027. But I could be wrong.
All right, we have Pat Rock who says, Jez, Get Out has a Windows Phone almost as a main character in the movie. It's in lots of scenes and a center point of the movie. There you go. So Windows Phone is in Get Out, so that's why you should watch it.
When I first played GTA 5, what's the guy's name? Is it Trevor? The guy's a bit fucked up and a bit methy.
Yes.
He's got a Windows Phone as his phone. I thought that was just so amazing. Like all three characters, one has an Android, one has an iPhone, and one has a Windows Phone. That is just so fantastic. Oh man, I miss the Windows Phone, Rand. Why is the Windows Phone a thing anymore? You know, Rand, do you want to know something, Rand?
What?
I would trade Xbox for Windows Phone, man.
Yeah, well.
There, I said it.
That's a bad
trade. I said it, bro. I would trade Xbox for Windows Phone, bro.
It's a bad trade, man.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Oh, poor Jez. Big Efferman says, Jez, what does it mean when you tweet hee thinking emoji?
It means that I've drank 2 very strong White Russians. I'm a little bit drunk.
Oh, geez. Here we go.
That's what it means.
Rave Demo says, my 2 brother-in-laws both have Xbox One S consoles. They like waiting until the end of a console generation to buy the next one, so games are much cheaper, and they don't care about having the newest stuff. So there you go, Jez. And I'm sure there's plenty of people like that. Millions, you could even say.
Well, this is one of the issues with the current landscape of gaming, is that there's not one way of doing things. Like back in the day, people were like, I'm going to buy this console and have this gaming experience, whatever. I'm going to buy a Sega, I'm going to buy a Nintendo, whatever. Now there's a plurality of ways to experience gaming. You can have an iPad, you can have an Xbox Ally, you can have a Lenovo Legion Go, you can have a PC, you can have an Xbox, you can have a PlayStation, you can have a Nintendo Switch, so on and so forth. Or you can just ignore gaming altogether and just watch TikToks about gaming or just watch live streams. Like there's so many people who don't play games, they just watch them being played. Like someone would be like, instead of buying Silent Hill F, I'm just gonna watch someone play it. So that's kind of like one of the issues with the current landscape is that there's so many niches within the niche of gaming, you know. That's a good thing and a bad thing. It's democratized access is democratized, but at the same time, like each individual business is potentially making less money and has a smaller addressable audience. So I don't know where that leaves Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo or whatever. But I think Microsoft's strategy of being everywhere all at once is clearly the logical strategy to take in that scenario. But I don't know. What do I know, man? What does Rand know? What do you know, Rand?
I don't know nothing, bro. Where, bro? 2024 says on to book 3 of The Faithful and the Fallen Ruin. Best fantasy I've read since all the Farseer Live Shift series of books. I mean, Faithful and the Fallen is pretty good. The 4-book series is great. Glad you're enjoying it. And Fiber Frenzy says, should Microsoft re-employ Vince Zampella as head of Activision and give him full control of Call of Duty? I mean, I would say absolutely. I wouldn't say no. But that's obviously not going to happen.
It would be wild if Vince Zampella joined Xbox.
He's not. Come on. But Vince was an Xbox guy. Because I remember certain studio, like Infinity Ward was an Xbox studio, and Treyarch was a PlayStation studio.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What I mean by that was like the heads of the studios and the people there, they all had preference of consoles. Like
had their preferences?
Vince,
I didn't know that.
Vince and Infinity Ward they were like Xbox centric, Xbox first essentially. But the Treyarch studio, and I forget the head of the studio at the time, they were PlayStation guys. I don't think it really came across in their work or whatever, where like one version was better than the other, but they clearly had like preferences and stuff.
I never heard that before. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, that's true. Jez, did you hear this stuff about usually there's a lot of these things about Game Pass. And that's always a talking point, whether or not it's profitable, whether or not it's killing the industry. Like, there's been a lot of... I'm trying to even think of the right word here. A lot of people trying to take it down this year. A lot of people putting out FUD about it. People saying certain things and then walking it back, like Christopher Dring. But we got news this week that... Man, Xbox Game Pass partners, they love it so much. They constantly keep on coming back. Because we have an article here with an interview from Chris Charla, head of ID at Xbox, who said that the majority of partners who've had a game in Game Pass want to bring their future titles to the service. As a result, we've signed deals with more than 150 partners to expand the catalog. We continue to engage with hundreds of partners each year to review upcoming titles. And he added that in 2024, the team signed over 50 companies to their first Game Pass deals. Now with the 150 signed deals, it's become, quote, their largest investment in Game Pass to date. But I was told that they were actually decreasing their investment in Game Pass. I don't know if you remember that.
I did see that.
And Charlie said we remain focused on delivering the most exciting and diverse catalog in gaming. So there's always this debate around Game Pass, but I mean, not that recent. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where we had one of the devs, I think of Weird West, one of the former Arcane devs said it was bad for gaming. It was going to destroy gaming. I'm paraphrasing. and there was a couple other devs that kind of came out in support. And of course, when usually bad Game Pass stuff happens, like Sean Layden's there to be like, "Yep, 100%," because Pete Hines had said something about Game Pass, and then Shannon Loftus had came out and said it, and Sean Layden was cheering from the sidelines like he always does. But then, of course, you have this stuff here with the people who are on Game Pass seem to like it and continue wanting to get deals from it and the investment of it. What's going on here, Jez? Can both of these things be true? Could there be people that don't like it plus people that love it and all the investment on it? Like it just seems it's so controversial, doesn't it?
Game Pass is always controversial. I think just Microsoft as an entity is controversial. Whenever a company as big as Microsoft does something, it creates winners and losers. So like if you are someone who's in Game Pass, you're potentially going to win. But if you're someone who's not in Game Pass for whatever reason, even ideologically opposed to Game Pass for whatever reason, or Microsoft has rejected your game for Game Pass for whatever reason, then potentially you're going to have a negative view of Game Pass for whatever reason, right? So I think like you could look at AI as an example of something as a technological shift that creates winners and losers. Game Pass is a similar thing. It creates winners and losers. Xbox Live created winners and losers. The advent of the automobile created winners and losers. Like people often refer to like when the automobile was created, then horse-drawn carriage companies lost out, right? I think the thing about Game Pass is that there's a lot of unnecessary hype about it. Game Pass is awesome, but I don't think it's growing necessarily at the rate that it completely upends the entire gaming industry. I think some people are decrying it because they are comparing it to Spotify. Because Spotify has objectively created issues for the music industry. And I think it's kind of easy and a little bit lazy to compare Xbox Game Pass to Spotify, because Spotify potentially to some degree eliminates the necessity to buy a retail copy of a CD or a vinyl or anything like that. But at the same time, Spotify's created winners. People who do well in Spotify's algorithm end up finding their audience. Like if you're an indie band who's rode that initial wave, you've probably discovered your audience. Whereas also if you're an indie dev that found success in Xbox Game Pass, you've discovered your audience in a sense that maybe a more traditional studio might not have done. There are some games that are notable success stories in Game Pass. Like Shannon Loftus herself mentioned, I think it wasn't Fall Guys. It was a game like Fall Guys. I can't remember the game off the top of my head. Do you remember what it was, Rand? It was one of those sort of physics-based kind of brawler kind of games. What was it called now? Humans Fall Flat, I think it was called. Yeah, so Human Fall Flat found success in Game Pass, and also Descenders found success in Game Pass. There's a lot of games that found success in Game Pass, and the engagement they found via Game Pass funded their studios. But I think if you're another studio who wasn't in Game Pass, I can think like I can understand why you would push back on the chilling effect of like, oh, I can only find success if I'm in Game Pass, but I don't want to be in Game Pass, so I want to push back against this. It's kind of similar if I'm playing devil's advocate and I'm seeing it from the other side of the other side of the coin. I'm a writer, Rand. I'm a writer, so I don't like the idea of artificial intelligence stealing my content and then reproducing it in a Copilot message or in a ChatGPT message. But I can understand why, to the end user, it's a better experience. There's no ads. If I go to ChatGPT and I say, "What's the latest Xbox news?" and it pulls all my information from Windows Central. Windows Central is crammed with ads. You know, I don't have control over that. That's future PLC's platform that adds the ads. But if I'm an end user, I can understand why they prefer that experience. And similarly, if I'm an end user on Xbox Game Pass, I can appreciate why they would prefer paying £10 a month over paying like, I don't know, $30, $20 for an indie game, where I can pay like $10 a month and get this plurality of games. So I suppose like Game Pass is always going to be controversial, and Microsoft, the problem for us, Rand, as podcasters and content creators, Microsoft doesn't really give us a granular overview of the benefits of being in Game Pass, right? They don't tell us how much developers earn. They don't tell us what the engagement metrics are. And there's also been criticisms from people like Pete Hines when Pete Hines is like, Game Pass doesn't give the proper feedback for first-party developers about how well their games are doing and, stuff like that. Microsoft has this like weighted equation which they charge back Game Pass for cannibalized sales of retail and stuff like that. And we often sit here wondering like, oh, is Game Pass going to destroy Call of Duty or Bethesda or whatever? And evidently, there is limits to what Game Pass can include. We don't have World of Warcraft subscription in Game Pass, for example, because clearly Microsoft decided if we were to put World of Warcraft in Game Pass, it would probably destroy Game Pass, World of Warcraft's business model, right?
I mean, it sounds like a cool thing. I'm all for destroying World of Warcraft.
Fuck off, Rand. Why do you always have to be mean to World of Warcraft, Rand? You're such a bully. You're such a mean person. But, my point was that there are clearly some issues where Game Pass is potentially a detriment to some business models. But like anything, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, where it's like, yeah, Game Pass might be bad for some games or some publishers or some business models, but clearly it's good for others, That's why I think it's really important that Game Pass remains supplementary and not the entire platform. And I think pretty clearly, Game Pass is not the entire platform. It is supplementary. It's not like Spotify, where Spotify's entire business model is the subscription. I don't know. I don't know if you feel differently about it.
Not really. Did you hear about this Perfect Dark stuff?
What? The leaked
the screenshot leaked and some of the information about it. So I guess this website got a bunch of internal document screenshots of it. The documentation opens by highlighting an opportunity to capitalize on secret agent genre. The team behind the game believed there was a notable gap in the market due to the absence of major espionage franchises like Metal Gear Solid and 007, which are, of course, now making a comeback. The creative vision was to reimagine the franchise while retaining the core DNA from the original Nintendo 64 title. The primary inspiration for this approach was the HBO series Westworld, and that the documentation also reveals that up until at least April of this year, the initiative was actively working on the game's Vertical Slice 1. In game development, this term refers to a playable proof of concept that gives a representative idea of the final game's quality and feel. It is also mentioned that this Vertical Slice belonged to Season 1, which could confirm previous reports claiming that an episodic format was planned to release. When it comes to gameplay, the documents mention several conceptual systems, such as the Relentless system and a reward system, though only one is detailed. So I guess, while the season stuff is interesting, and that was one of the first, I sort of remember hearing about that back when the game was first revealed. There was even a discussion about, was it going to be like a straight-on single-player experience, or was it going to be broken up? Because I remember hearing rumors and people telling me that it was going to be episodic in nature, and then that seemed to be kind of moved away from. But the information here that apparently up until April they were still working on the Vertical Slice leads me to believe no wonder Microsoft canceled the game at this point, if they're still working on that, and they weren't. Because what was that point to how far is the game even out at that point? How many more years of development do you have if you're still just working on the Vertical Slice? And you've been working on this for how long? Because remember Phil took a picture at the initiative when Drew Murray was still there before he went back to Insomniac to help ship Spider-Man 2? It was oh, we're playing Perfect Dark, and that was in, was that in 2021 or whatever it was, or 2020? I forget. Clearly, whatever version they were working on back then got scrapped. and completely rebooted. Because, I mean, 2025, you start working on this in what, remember they started working on that in 2018. That's when the initiative was founded and stuff. And granted, COVID happened, but, you know, reading that, you kind of get the impression it was like, yeah, they're just like, this is taking too long and we've spent too much money on this. We can't continue, right?
I think it was like with publicly traded companies, they sort of like every quarter they examine what their budgets are, what their sort of like outgoing and incoming is going to be, and things like that, and they decide what they're going to fund ultimately. So they're probably like looking at the initiative and other projects they've got going, and like just say for example, they're looking at like this is what we need. This is how many millions of dollars we need to fund the staff that are building Perfect Dark to get it out the gate. This is how many millions of dollars we need to get State of Decay 3 ready and out of the gate. This is how many millions of dollars we need to get this game out of the gate. These are projected profits for State of Decay. These are projected profits for Perfect Dark. You know, State of Decay, just as an example, purely an example. State of Decay is a service game. Presumably, like Sea of Thieves, it's going to have some kind of cosmetic DLC shop. Perfect Dark is a single player game. Presumably, it's not going to have anything post launch except maybe a DLC or a story pack or things like that. If I'm on Microsoft and I'm like, this needs $20 million to survive beyond its scope, this needs $20 million to survive beyond its scope, you're going to pick the service game. You know, if you're gonna pick between two, you're probably gonna pick the service game. So I think like if we're looking at it in terms of a ladder, right? You know, if you've got a single player game that's kind of like a keeper, that's cheap, it's sort of like an interactive art project, probably not going to be that expensive. That's fine. But Perfect Dark, which is like big, expensive voice actors, motion capture, narrative game, all complicated stealth systems, all that kind of stuff. And you need $20 million more to fund that because obviously your studio is California based, expensive employees, high end developers too, you know, and also you're outsourcing part of the development to Crystal Dynamics. That's a lot of overhead, right? Whereas like you've also got this game Undead Labs, which is a fully remote studio. So it's a fully remote team, cheaper potentially, globally based, all that kind of stuff. You're probably gonna potentially want to allocate that budget to Undead Labs or something like that. Maybe like there are other teams at Microsoft too which are asking for money. Maybe Blade needs more money. Maybe you are in a position where you have to fund Blade because of contractual obligations to Disney. You have to get Blade out the door no matter what. Maybe Blade and Perfect Dark are past their milestones. Maybe both games have missed their milestones. But you've only got so much more money to invest in those games. Which game do you invest in? You have to you end up having to invest in the game that has had the contractual obligation to Disney, which, as we all know, is an evil corporation. If you cross Disney, Mickey Mouse shows up at your house with an AK-47. He will fucking shoot you, right? Mickey Mouse will kill your ass, bro. You don't want Mickey Mouse at your house
Well, you should
peppering you with bullets.
You should apologize right now to Disney because you don't want Mickey Mouse showing up over there to you.
Allegedly, Disney will kill your ass. Allegedly. You know, Destin Legary posted that on Twitter. It wasn't me. That's not me saying it. It's Destin Legary. It's allegedly claims, you know, it wasn't me. It was someone else. Disney will kill your ass, allegedly. So, like, what do you do? Like, you've only got so much money to play with. You kind of have to make your decisions. And I kind of feel like the axe just fell on Perfect Dark for whatever reason. You know, it's shit, man. I wish like every game could get out the door. And I think like if there were less Microsoft shareholders that needed yacht maintenance and super yachts for their fleet of yachts, maybe Perfect Dark survives. Maybe even Hi-Fi Rush survives. Maybe we get a Hi-Fi Rush 2, and maybe companies like you know, the Initiative don't get shut down. But you know, there's Microsoft is still a division that needs to run on a profitable basis. And when you got shareholders that are extracting value out of the company, that sort of constrains what you can and can't do, right?
True.
Just is what it is, man. And don't forget all the money they've got to invest in AI. We need Copilot. Like, how can we make memes without Copilot? Well, we won't be able to write emails 5 seconds faster without Copilot.
That's
right?
true. And
so imagine you got to think about all these things.
We couldn't name the next Xbox Copilot. It's like the Xbox Series Copilot, you know?
Yeah.
But anyways, I think it's time to move on to the Patreon questions. We've got quite a bit of Patreon questions. Yeah, and it's almost 4 hours already, so we're gonna be here. Might have a 5-hour show. So
it doesn't feel like 4 hours.
I mean, we're almost at 4 hours. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. Episode 381 of the Xbox 2. Do us a big favor if you haven't already. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. If you're new, check out our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you can drop a question and get a lot of other perks and stuff. And then if you want to support us and you want to protect your stuff online, there's always Surfshark, our sponsor. Get 86% off a 2-year deal. So it's like $2 a month.
That's a shark noise.
It is. And with that said, let's take over some of these questions. We have CJ, who says, "Hey, gents. Hope we both had a great week. The PlayStation State of Play was an A+ for one simple fact. Miles Dumper Dampier was involved. Great to see him shining in his new role. What's your favorite part of the State of Play?" Yeah, it's always good to see the Dumper himself.
Yeah, Miles, like, he's so awesome. Mm-hmm. Miles is, like, one of the coolest people I've met in this... in this business of, like, all the people I've met in gaming, Miles is one of the coolest.
The Dumper.
He's such a cool guy. Yeah. I'm so happy and elated that Miles is, like, in a company doing... It's kind of the dream, right? I think a lot of game journalists and content creators, they content create and they write about games because they can't make games. But Miles is one of the few lucky people that made that jump.
Yeah.
And it's not luck. It's because the guy's an actual fucking legend, man.
Halloween, baby. The next game from them, right? Halloween?
Yeah, Halloween.
And they're marking their turf. The game's not even coming out until September of next year, but they wanted to be like, GTA, you're not moving because this is we're calling dibs. September 6th.
True that. It's an asynchronous multiplayer game, similar to Killer Clowns. So yeah, it's really awesome to see that.
Governor Grimm says, "No question, guys. Just listening in and wishing you guys the best. Have a great show." Well, thank you.
Thanks, Governor.
We have Silas says, "Happy Friday, mates. Let's time travel back to the early 90s. Nintendo and Sony are working on the PlayStation add-on for the Super NES. As Nintendo is about to leave Sony at the altar for Philips, Jez uses his British wit and charm to smooth the relations over, and Sony moves forward with their CD accessory. How does the next 30 years of gaming play out? Does Sega continue to make consoles? Does Microsoft feel the need to enter the console space? Is Nintendo a monopoly in the console world?" That is interesting because Microsoft only got involved because Sony was there. Remember, because their whole thing was that they felt Sony was making a play for the living room and Microsoft had to protect themselves. So if Sony never gets involved in gaming outside of the add-on with Nintendo, does that mean Microsoft never gets involved? Does that mean Sega's still there selling consoles because it's Nintendo and Sega? Huh. What do you think?
It's hard to say, man. I mean, hindsight's always 2020 with regards to these kind of questions.
I think there's a good chance if Sony doesn't make those systems, I think there's a good chance Microsoft doesn't get involved.
No, I think Microsoft still gets involved because at the end of the day, Bill Gates was kind of like a futurist, right? Bill Gates was a futurist, and he would have looked at gaming as a growing segment and been like, "Oh shit, Windows can do gaming. And this was kind of like one of Valve's things, where Valve was like, Microsoft wasn't convinced gaming was going to be a thing, so I went off and made Valve, because Gabe Newell used to work for Microsoft, right? So he went off and made that stuff, and I think Gabe said in an interview that he was the one who convinced them to create the APIs that led to Doom being able to run on Windows, I think, or something like that back in the day. So I do think that gaming would have grown to a point where Microsoft would have felt like they couldn't ignore it, whether it was Sony or not. Because you have to remember, the original play for the Xbox, like you said, was to bring Windows to the living room. And in a way, we come in full circle back to that, with the next Xbox being a Windows device for the living room. It's just kind of ironic that like it now is going to be more of a gaming device rather than a productivity device. Like the next Xbox, you aren't even going to be able to buy movies and shit with the next Xbox, because Microsoft deleted that feature from Xbox, for better or worse. But it does feel like we are coming full circle in a way. So yeah, I do think Microsoft still gets into the ecosystem without Sony. Because it was inevitable. Like with consumers, the main use case for Windows with consumers these days is gaming. And Microsoft still sells PCs wholesale to businesses and governments for, office or whatever. But like if you're a consumer, the only reason you're buying a PC these days is probably for gaming. Because you can do like email and shit on your phone and things like that. So yeah, I think Microsoft still gets into gaming. I don't know if Rand disagrees. I do think though, Rand, if Sony never makes a console, maybe Sega survives. Maybe Sega's the third pillar and not PlayStation.
Maybe. I don't know. I think Microsoft. I think because Sony was the one that got Microsoft to get in. I think if they never were in, then Microsoft wouldn't be there. Maybe Nintendo just has a monopoly on, or maybe somebody else gets in instead of Microsoft. Let alone the big companies. Like I don't know.
Ooh yeah, ooh yeah.
Who knows?
Apple.
Chris M says, "Hello, gentlemen. Hope you both had an outstanding week, as we've gotten a lot of great gaming news. With Hades 2 out now and getting monster reviews, we've now had 6 games score above a 90 on Metacritic this year, making it feel like a truly stacked year for gaming. Given the Game of the Year conversation is now in full swing, what odds do either of you give any game outside of Expedition 33, Silksong, or Hades 2 winning Game of the Year? I hope you both have a fantastic weekend, man. And may we all take giant swings for the fence the way Anada seems to be doing."
I think Silksong wins Game of the Year, and I don't think out of those 3, I don't think there's much chance anyone else even gets a look in. Personally, but I don't know if Rand feels differently.
I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think the only outside chance is Donkey Kong, really, realistically. And before Hades 2 releasing this year, I would have said it would be between Expedition 33, Silksong, and Donkey Kong, but now with Hades 2 being there, that might just really slap out Donkey Kong. But I mean, where my vote lies, Expedition 33. So, but yeah.
Even though I haven't finished it, I've enjoyed Silksong more than Expedition 33, I think.
Shut up.
What?
Shut up.
What?
Nobody cares.
What?
Moving on. Google Lens says,
bitch.
We all know.
Curry Cosmos says no Death Stranding 2 love. Is Death
Stranding
2 not a potential?
I think Death Stranding 2 is going to be nominated, but I don't think it has a chance of winning.
Fair enough.
Remember, there's going to be 6 nominees, but I just don't think I don't think it has a chance of winning. It'll be nominated like Death Stranding 1 was, and it'll lose. Even though I think it's a better game, I think people will gravitate to the other ones instead. We all know engagement is the way these platforms and publishers think now. For the most part, what do you guys think of forever modes in single-player games? For example, Psychonauts 2 has the psychosismometer that is forever after you finish Gizu's quest. It was added in the quality of life patch. That way, for people that finish the game, there is still something to keep the game installed and going back to play the combat every once in a while. And with Xbox's tracking, we know that they can tell what part of the game you are in. An example, your friend is in this part or place of the game when you see them online. So Xbox will see people going back to this feature. Same for the Repertorium in Doom: The Dark Ages. I think it would give single-player games a way to have continued engagement without having a shoehorn multiplayer mode, as well as the server cost of running a multiplayer mode. Like if Hellblade 2 had a battle mode, I think overall, depending on the game, this would not be so hard to implement if it means people come back to the game if they would otherwise never do so. I know Rand would not use any of this, but it would still be nice to go back and play some of what made a game fun without the time dedication to replaying the entire game. What do you think about that, Jez? What?
Forever modes. Like, I'm kind of in two minds about this because, like, Chronos: A New Dawn, for example, had a New Game Plus mode, right?
Right.
Which I know it's not a forever mode, but it was also like,
but
kind of want to move
let's
on.
imagine it had a horde mode or something where you could just easily jump in and play and experience the combat and some of that stuff. Would that make you? Does that help the game? Does that make you want to replay? Because that's essentially what he's talking about of those things. And granted, it wouldn't matter to me really. I just
it really hinges on is it any good. Like I will say, like I played a lot of Mass Effect 3's Horde mode. I played a fair bit of that. I quite enjoyed it. But again, it was pretty short lived. You know, I didn't enjoy it that much.
But yeah, but that's a multiplayer mode though.
Yeah, I suppose. It's kind of tough, man.
I wonder if we don't really see a lot of those forever modes because they have the data and they know people don't use them. That people only use it if it's like multiplayer related, like Horde and Gears.
Yeah.
Or, Team Slayer or something that like people aren't interested in revisiting. Like if Hellblade 2, like he mentions, had a battle mode, I really don't think people would be revisiting Hellblade 2 to do a Horde battle mode. I mean, people would just play the game, be done with it, and it doesn't matter. Like they would just delete it.
I think they also need to have some kind of monetization model to justify their existences, right? So it's like, what do you do if you had a Hellblade 2 battle mode? Do you have like a gear system? And then it's like, well, if it doesn't have multiplayer, then there's almost no point in having a gear system because you don't get to show off your gear to your friends and stuff, which I think is where a lot of that stuff hinges on. But Joaquin Branch in chat makes a good point that Resident Evil did have some surprisingly successful single player horde kind of modes. Like I can't remember what they're called, but I remember as a kid playing these modes, like I think Resident Evil 4 had one where you get the points and stuff for shooting things.
Oh yeah, Mercenaries mode?
Mercenaries mode, yeah. So, but I think that was also like a different time. It was a different time in gaming, Whereas like these days you've got games that are all up designed for ongoing content. So
I think Mercenaries
it could work.
But Mercenaries mode is also, I believe, tied to like multiplayer stuff because you're competing against your friends in times.
Yeah,
how fast you can complete something like that.
Yeah. I think they have to have some kind of multiplayer aspect to them, even if it's asynchronous multiplayer, kind of like in Mercenaries or in Trials HD, where you compete against like ghosts of your friends' motorbikes and things like that. I think it needs to have some kind of hook there. Maybe that could work, but it's like Rand says, there's probably reams of data that suggests that people just don't really care about that shit.
Yeah, and I think even with like the recent Resident Evil 4 with Mercenaries mode, it didn't launch with the game. I think it launched like the week or two later, where it was like they were like, oh, people are starting to finish it. Let's keep them on them just a little bit longer. Oh, here's Mercenaries mode, and you could play it. And then people were. I don't really think people are being like, you know what, I haven't played in a while, Resident Evil 4. Let me go play Mercenaries mode. But that's just my take on it. So I really just think there's probably data and evidence to suggest that it doesn't do what they want it to do for the probably amount of time it would make to build one of those modes out. Like, if you're going to spend extra time doing something like that, it's probably more beneficial to make a multiplayer mode of some kind where you could justify the extra cost. So, Panda Man says, "Hey guys, I hope everyone is well. So I noticed the Xbox isn't in Walmart holiday catalog. Do we expect Xbox to be in retail the next generation? Doesn't even matter though."
It definitely will. I think like there's a lot more hype that revolves around a new console launch. So at least initially, of course, it will be in the catalog. I think just as we come to the end of this gen, probably a lot of retailers are like, this is very much a niche product now where people buy it if they seek it out. Whereas like if you're a parent browsing a catalog, probably the last product you're looking for is an Xbox. You're probably looking for good deals on a PlayStation or a Nintendo Switch. So it's probably just incidental. I do think Xbox will still remain strong in retail purely by virtue of the fact that there's going to be plenty of Xbox One players upgrading for GTA, like Rand said earlier in the show. And definitely next gen when the new consoles come out. Everyone who's a hardcore Xbox fan will rush to upgrade initially. But, will that carry on across the gen? But I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Because as Microsoft keeps telling us, Rand, everything's an Xbox. My laptop's an Xbox. My handheld's an Xbox. My Samsung phone is, in fact, an Xbox. Apparently. I don't know if Rand feels differently, though.
I don't know. I mean, I think the Xbox Anywhere thing is cool, but I also think... I don't know. I don't really... It doesn't... How do I say this? Look, I don't have a marketing degree, but you remember the old Xbox,
you did.
The old Xbox ads that were jump in? There was like a call to action. Jump in. You see this stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Jump in. Like, take the plunge with us. And now this is an Xbox. There's no call to action. It doesn't make you look at it and be like, oh, maybe I'm looking at this wrong. And I know like Deadly Headley had this video about it where somebody could see that and then have a PC and they're like, oh, my PC's an Xbox. I could play games on that. Or they look at like, oh, my TV's an Xbox. So I guess it maybe raises the awareness of how Microsoft's ecosystem is everywhere. But it also, to me, it's just, I really like the jump-in ads or the ads that kind of have that, like, oh, you're missing out if you don't have this. Like, come get this thing. Whereas it's kind of, I don't want to say simpler advertising, but more advertising that is... It's kind of advertising something you have and using it for a different purpose, which not everybody's going to think about. Not everybody's going to like see an ad of this is an Xbox and then immediately think, oh, I have all these things. I could actually do all this stuff if I wanted to. I'm not sure people react that way to this stuff. Maybe they do. But Microsoft was changing Xbox is changing as a company, so they needed a different way to how do you educate an audience about where you're going as a brand. And with that, I think Xbox this is an Xbox is smart because it leans into that, and I do think it educates people to it. But I'm not sure if it makes Xbox like desirable to people. If that makes sense. It's kind of like I've always said to you, where I feel like advertising value is difficult because it's not like sexy. You know what I mean? Like Game Pass. Like, how would you advertise to people? Oh, look at Game Pass. Look at all these games you get and how much money you save. It's like not a sexy thing that is easily showcaseable in an ad in a quick thing to a consumer. And you look at the most popular brands like Apple or whatever. Apple sells the mystique don't they? That like the lifestyle, the status symbol, you know? That's what Apple's selling, and people through history, people have loved that as something that connects because they want to show people that their life is really good. Look at this. I have an iPhone, so I'm one of those people. You know what I mean?
Elite.
Yeah, like the products that are like that sell you on value are always the ones that are the least desirable. You know, it'd be like, I remember those commercials for like it was a flip phone. Like, yeah, get this flip phone, go in the store for $10. It always makes the product look shady in a way. You know, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Xbox never really did that so much with the Game Pass in general. But so I'm all like two minds of that this is an Xbox ad because sure it educates the audience, but at the same time I don't really feel it's like, I don't know, it's like, what are you selling? That you can play the games everywhere? Great, but what games? Because it's I don't know, like maybe
I would be interested if they had data on how well that marketing campaign is performing, because they're still doing it. Well,
of course, because we've seen how big Play Anywhere was this year, and like you mentioned,
it was all over TGS.
It's all over
like
TGS, but it was all over the showcase. That's the whole thing behind the ROG Ally, the Play Anywhere stuff, and that how everything is an Xbox. That's what they moved into, because that's where the brand is going. You know, that's what they want it to be. And I'm not sure they nailed it yet, but I'm just one person. Maybe they have. Maybe they have analytics that show them like this is doing really well with this age group and this demographic, and this person who's never made a Microsoft account before is now playing Xbox on the cloud gaming. Maybe it's helped the cloud gaming resurgence. And maybe in 5 and 10 years, you start to, you know, reap what you sow, and it's all great. It's all gravy. So,
good up.
We'll see. Pat Rock says, Jez, how does the VPN affect cloud gaming? Does it introduce extra latency?
It does. It does introduce latency. I haven't actually tried cloud gaming through the VPN. I would imagine it's not a great experience, being completely honest. But you know, it's something worth testing, because obviously with the VPN you're jumping from your connection to a remote server and then to where you actually want to go. So you're adding an extra sort of an extra bounce there. If you positioned your VPN at a local server, say for example you're in the United Kingdom and you use one of Surfshark's UK servers, it might be fine. But typically speaking, you don't want to use a VPN for cloud gaming. But it might be fine. But I haven't tested it myself.
Okay. We have oh my god turtles, who says, good evening, gents. We were having a conversation in the Xbox 2 Discord about physical media the other day. It's apparent that Microsoft doesn't care about developers releasing their games physically anymore. With more and more games becoming digital, I began thinking 2 generations ahead. I believe it's a foregone conclusion that a generation of Xbox consoles in the future will be exclusively digital. But with PlayStation 6 being rumored to have an optional disc drive, it looks like they will continue to offer box games for at least another generation. However, there has to be a time in the future where a console will be released with no option for a disc drive, and physical media will stop at that generation. So, for the Xbox 720, Xbox might release a physical game through limited run games and other publishers, but when it's time to play the game on the Xbox 1440, there might not be an option to use the physical discs anymore, which then creates a PR headache for game preservation, which they try to champion. So when and how is the best way for Xbox to get rid of physical media if their eye is on going all digital in the future? Keep up the great work.
I think like what they would probably just say is like maintain your Xbox Series X or Xbox Series S if you want backwards compatibility.
They would give you the Don Matrick answer of we have a device for you if that's the case.
Yeah, but I mean that is essentially what Nintendo does with its 3DS. Like 3DS was one of the most popular devices for gaming in history. There are thousands of games for the Nintendo 3DS. The 3DS online store has been shut down completely. If you have a cartridge with a 3DS, there are no systems being manufactured that can still run those games. Same for PS1, PS2, PS3. So you kind of have to just look like, how do I play my PS1 discs today? I can't put them on my PS5. I can't put them on my PS4. I have to have a PS1. There are still PlayStation 1s you can buy on eBay that will run those games. So I think like it's just you just have to accept the reality. What do I do in the situation where I want to play an N64 cartridge? You can't even like without some serious custom hardware. You can't even extract the ROM from an N64 cartridge to emulate it on a PC. You need an N64 in order to do that. It's going to be the same situation with the Xbox Series S and X physical discs. Well, Series X physical disc, because obviously there's no Series S physical disc. You are going to need an Xbox Series X to play those games. And that's just the way it's been since forever. That's the way it's been for decades. If you own a Mega Drive, you got a Mega Drive collection of games, you need a Mega Drive to play them on. So I think that's kind of like just the way it is, you know. If you were someone who clung to physical discs for whatever reason, you probably already aware of the situation you're going to be in. If you've got physical media for Mega Drive, SNES, PS1, 2, 3, you need those systems. So the best you can hope for is that Microsoft releases some kind of physical disk drive that's USB based that you can plug in to an Xbox compatible OEM PC or an Xbox compatible Series S or X. That's the best you can hope for, I think. But I think that's just the reality of the situation is you need those platforms in order to play those games. Which is, again, why I went all digital, because I foresaw this coming.
Yeah.
I foresaw this coming. Do you know why, Rand? I own about 10 GameCube games. My GameCube is broken. There's no way I can play GameCube games unless I find one on eBay that still works. Or somehow get mine repaired. But my GameCube will not read discs anymore. For some reason.
Yes.
So.
I mean, we've had this debate on the show for a while about what does Microsoft do with the disk drive? Do they include it in the system because it's a premium system? And if you're going to sell it for $900, who are you selling to? The hardcore fans who have like the big libraries? Or do you go a digital system and then you make an add-on like PlayStation's doing, where you can monetize those users and still sell a digital system and then give the option of like, well, if you really want this, spend $150 on a disk drive? Because you look at, I think, was it 3% of PlayStation's revenue was like physical games or something like it was some low amount, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
But yeah, physical's on its way out. It's been like that for a while. It's only a matter of time. I still think we're good for a generation. I want to believe that Microsoft will at least offer a disk drive add-on for the back compat stuff, because it's true. They talk about game preservation, but I guess they would say, well, the digital version is preserved. It's just a physical one. Because I'm trying to imagine the future here. Let's say we get to 2027. Consoles were launching in November. Let's say at the showcase they give information about it, and they say we're not doing a disk drive add-on, and we don't have a disk drive in the system. And I'm trying to think of the PR backlash they would get from all the huge Xbox physical media people, like on social media, that I see all the time. I think one of them's like Sixers Octavian on Twitter. Cool kid Joe. Like, these guys that have this huge library of Xbox games that buy physical games. Can you imagine Microsoft coming out and saying essentially what would amount to go fuck yourself? We don't care that you've spent all this. Like, that is the worst type of PR that you can imagine. So
how many people are still on physical discs?
Well, that's true, but that's the question, which is why I'm saying you could, as a company, monetize it, make a disk drive add-on, charge $200 for it, where you make a profit. So then the people that are still on that, you're making money on. I'm not saying that's right, but I'm just saying I'm looking at it from like a business perspective of Microsoft, of being like we do this, or we cut it out completely and then we go through this whole thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but they've been very, very. I mean, they talked up about their back and pat stuff, and so like to drop the whole physical disc thing would be a slap in the face to a lot of fans. But then again, there are not a lot of physical discs for a lot of games. I mean, I think I saw someone recently that, I think it was an article in Windows Central, that was basically said that we can't make any money yet. Nobody buys physical discs on Xbox.
That was my article, I think.
Yeah.
But
so
I completely agree. Like, I want there to be physical discs for the physical bros, you know, just as a community kind of gesture. But at the same time, it's like it's become a niche within a niche within a niche, you know. So I kind of appreciate the position that the best way to preserve your content at this point is to go digital. And the most painful aspect of this is that that's what Microsoft was offering with the Xbox One in 2013. They were like, you get a double license. You get the digital license and you also get a disc-based license. And then everyone didn't like it because it was complicated with how you attach that to the second-hand market, right? You'd only participate in retailers. Only participating retailers could relinquish the license from the disc. I think in hindsight, that was the perfect solution, you know. But that's the situation we're in. I really think the best case scenario is to just have a USB-based device which can pass those discs. But do we see that happen? I don't know, man.
We'll see. Lee Sanders says, great news on Forza Horizon 6 in 2026, and the fact we will hear more early next year makes me think Dev Direct. But I'm curious and worried about Fable now, especially after recent changes in Xbox. I think we sort of talked about this earlier. I think we had an actual super chat about this, about being worried about Fable. I mean, I'm not worried about it at this point in time. Now, that may be an optimistic dummy side of me speaking, where I should be like, I should be like completely worried for it, but I'm not. I think it just needed more time and it wasn't ready. So they're going to give it more time. There's a lot of money tied up in that game. There's a lot of money tied up into that studio. So
yeah, I'm trying to investigate what's going on with Fable, because I've had a lot of questions about this. Like, what's going on with Fable? Can we get an update on Fable? All that kind of stuff since its delay. So I'm personally trying to get something more concrete to set expectations appropriately. I haven't been successful so far. I mean, I like to deal with regards to these kind of questions, I like to deal with as much empirical data as I can, you know, because, you know, in the past I'd seen gameplay footage of Blizzard's survival game, and I showed you, right, Rand? Did I show you the survival game?
No,
I didn't.
I did not see.
No, you didn't see it, but I saw some footage of the survival game, and I was like, hey, that looks really good. It must be closing in on launch day, right? But then they cancelled the motherfucker. So, obviously we've seen a lot of footage of Fable, but a lot of it's been sort of vertical, slicey kind of footage. much like Perfect Dark. We saw Perfect Dark, and they still cancelled that. So there's quite honestly no way to really know or be able to tell or extrapolate like what, in my opinion, the game's going fine based on what's publicly available. Because it was, as we've seen, Microsoft can show off trailers and then cancel shit. So
Yep.
I'm trying to get some sort of hard comments that are like, oh yeah, the game's going fine, it's going to be doing well, it's going to launch and it'll be great and all that kind of stuff. But we haven't really seen an extended gameplay demo yet. So until then, or until I speak to someone who I trust, it's hard to really
Maybe it's
comment on it.
It's like they'll get Forza Horizon out 6, right, and whatever, and then they'll send a lot of people probably over to help finish up Fable, presumably, right? Well, no, I mean, because Fable's also supposed to be out next year. That's the thing. So I don't know. We'll see. Good Okawa says, "Happy Autumn, Rand and Chio Chiki." So this weekend is the 200th anniversary of the first passenger train.
Chio Chichi.
Do you like trains and traveling by railway? Would you prefer to travel by train rather than planes or automobiles? Is Jez an Anork train spotter?
Anorak? Do you not have anoraks in America?
Anoraks? What the hell's that?
An anorak. So I don't know if anorak's a brand, but it's like an anorak is kind of like, it's like a raincoat, and it's kind of like, it's what you call someone who, again, do you have train spotters in America?
I don't. Train spotter? I don't think so.
Have you heard of the movie Train Spotting?
I mean, yes, I've heard of the movie Train Spotting, yes.
So train spotters in the UK are people who are like obsessed with trains.
I mean,
they were literally
I'm sure there are some people obsessed with trains in the States.
No, but they stand there with cameras and anoraks, which are raincoats, big raincoats, and they stand there photographing trains and shit. And then they'll like get in their car and go to the next train station and photograph the train again, so on and so forth. And they'll collect pictures of trains, all the different kinds of, trains and shit like that. There's a famous TikToker who's like an anorak, basically. And you call them anoraks because they wear anoraks, right? But I am quite fond of trains, I will declare. As a little kid, I was absolutely obsessed with trains because of Thomas the Tank Engine. Absolutely fantastic kids' TV show. Thomas the Tank Engine. Big fan of steam trains. I generally prefer to travel by train. Planes are annoying because you have to go through security. But I think probably the best overall is traveling by automobile on the German Autobahn, because there is no speed limit. So generally speaking, it's fast as fuck. And usually faster than a train, especially if you're going regional and the trains stop in at every town. Whereas like on the Autobahn, you can just travel at like 250 kilometers an hour if you want, which is terrifying, by the way, as a Brit who lives in a country with speed limits. My girlfriend's just there driving on the Autobahn, 250 kilometers an hour. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, this is terrifying. But yeah, I do like trains. I like British trains more than German trains because they actually run on time, unlike German trains, which are absolutely fucked in this day and age. I don't know if Rand feels differently. Have you ever traveled by train, Rand? Because I know trains are not as a big deal in America as they are in Britain or Europe.
I mean, you forget I live here near Chicago, which has the L trains, right? So I've ridden.
I don't know.
I've ridden on the L trains a bunch. I've ridden on like Metro to get downtown. I mean, I haven't really traveled to other states using trains. It's mostly to travel downtown or through downtown using the L to get to different places downtown. But yeah, I've ridden on trains a bunch. For every Christmas as a kid, I remember we used to go meet our grandparents. So we'd drive to the nearest metro station, hop on the train, take the train downtown, and then walk around and look at the windows at Christmas because they would have all these displays in them, and then eat under the big tree and stuff. And then when I was working downtown, I would park at the train station, the train depot, take the metro downtown or take the L downtown, the Orange Line and get off where it needed to get off.
Is that more of a subway thing?
Well, it's an above ground train. I guess above ground subway. I don't know. No, I mean, I, I, I have nothing against traveling by train. The thing is, like, I think the question was, would you rather travel by train or plane?
I'd rather travel by train. I don't. Planes are annoying, and even though like it's even though traveling by plane is statistically, I think, safer than traveling by train. Even there's something freaky about traveling by plane, and I also hate airports and I hate security
yeah,
and all that kind of
I
bullshit.
just don't know.
Traveling by train
I've
feels more comfy.
like I remember when I was going to Los Angeles for E3, I did look at, okay, what would it be price wise to travel on a train and how long would it take? And it basically almost kind of was the same price. It just also took way longer. So I'm like, well, why wouldn't you take a plane?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, train might be nicer, whatever, but I guess it depends on the distance. Like, would you rather travel somewhere 3 hours in a car or 3 hours in a train?
Chicago to Los Angeles by train sounds insane. Like, I don't think I'd do that trip.
I mean, that trip by plane is 4.5 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like an
So
overnight
it depends
train
on the
thing,
distance.
probably. So
Depends
yeah.
on the distance. I've traveled a lot from my town to London by train recently, and that's a pretty pleasant experience. And German trains, like the ICE trains between cities, Germany has two different levels of train. There's like the regional trains, and then there's the ICE trains which travel between cities long distance. ICE trains are great. They've got restaurants on them and stuff like that. If they're on fucking time and if they don't break down, yeah, they're great.
Maybe it'd be different if the trains here were like bullet trains, and
Yeah. Bullet trains, yeah.
bullet trains. How fast
Or
do those things
maglev,
travel? Where you could,
300 kilometers an hour or
yeah,
more.
so you could get somewhere fast and it was smooth ride, but we don't have those, so.
Yeah. I don't think we don't even have those in Britain.
Rave Damos says, "Hola, gentlemen. Question about developing for Xbox Magnus and Series X. Because all games start life on PC and the next Xbox is effectively a PC, is there any extra step required to bring a game to the Series X in the next cross-gen era? Or is it basically the same step devs are already taking to make Series X games today? Happy Friday."
In theory, the next Xbox will still support the Xbox Series X development ecosystem. So, like, at least in the near term, developers can still make an Xbox Series X kind of game and maybe target whatever next gen APIs Magnus has. But I think like moving forward, Microsoft wants to move developers over to more PC oriented development, more traditional PC oriented development. So at least in theory, it should be easier for them to port their Steam version of the game, create APIs for the Microsoft Store or hooks into the APIs, and also add the Xbox achievements, and then bring it to their next Xbox like that. But I do think like you're gonna have this sort of like cross-gen period where developers will be like, we want to make a package for the game that can still target Xbox Series S and X, and then also the next gen as well, and then also Xbox Play Anywhere. So I think like at least for the near term, I don't think you're gonna see a scenario where any games miss the next gen Xbox because of the development environment. In fact, in theory, you probably end up with more games. Hopefully, more games that specifically avoid console, like Steam games and shit like that. Maybe they launch directly on Xbox in the future. I think Microsoft needs to change some of its rules around certification and things like that and publishing to achieve that. But I think they will. So we'll see what happens.
We have Deku 251.
You missed Lee Sanders, I think.
No, we talked about his was the Fable one.
Oh yeah, I'm dumb. Sorry, ignore me.
Deco says two things. One, do you think Microsoft Xbox could benefit from a port support studio? I mean, yeah, of course they could.
Yeah, I think if there was ever an acquisition that Microsoft should make, I think it's Double 11. I know Double Eleven make their own games, but they also did the ports for a bunch of Microsoft games as well. I think they've worked on Minecraft, different Minecraft versions. Obviously, they built Minecraft Dungeons all up, but they also did the port for RimWorld to console, which is arguably one of the best PC ports to console in history. I have no idea how they took a game that was so PC mouse and keyboard oriented and made it completely intuitive on controller. So I think Double Eleven is definitely a candidate there, but um, I think that could benefit from one, yeah. But
Yeah, I think they could.
they're
100%.
kind of they're kind of using the coalition like that right now. So the coalition has kind of evolved to become this sort of like we are the studio that supports Microsoft's Unreal Engine efforts, whether they're regardless of what platform they're on. So like Unreal has become the cornerstone of all Microsoft Game Studios development mostly, and the coalition's kind of helping with that effort. So, but yeah, could they expand them? Could they bring on another one? And Clicks in chat says Double 11 did the PC port for Forza Horizon 4, which I didn't even know. So there you go.
And 2, Jez, is Windows Central going to have anybody at the Halo World Championship to cover the event? And what Halo
Yes.
Studios is going to show off? Perhaps a CE remake or different title. Hope everyone has a good weekend. Thank you.
Yes, we are going to have someone at the Halo World Championship, and no, I can't talk any more about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joaquin wants to know, since Tencent basically let Splash Damage go, does that give you hope that they can do Gears Tactics 2 now? My initial reaction would be like, no. I don't think they have any interest in doing another Gears Tactics.
No, I mean, I have spoken to people who worked on Gears Tactics, and there is a lot of passion within Splash Damage for Gears Tactics, but I don't think there's any interest from Microsoft about it.
That doesn't mean they couldn't work with Splash Damage on something else, but I don't know. I don't know if them being free of Tencent makes it more viable they could work with Microsoft again. Or less viable, I suppose. I don't know. But no, I don't think so. I don't think there's any interest in Gears Tactics at Microsoft.
No, and it's a shame because I really think Gears Tactics was underdeveloped. They completely, from what I was told, Gears Tactics 2 was supposed to have a metagame. So like a management layer to it, like XCOM did, like with you manage your base and shit like that. That's why like in Gears Tactics 1, you had the whole convoy. I was told like in the original pitch, the convoy would be something you had to build up and manage, and that was scrapped to get the game out quicker, which is again a Rod Ferguson kind of thing. Or Rod Ferguson's whole thing is like, let's scrap this and get it out the door, which is kind of what he's famous for. So like the whole management layer was scrapped, which made Gears Tactics feel it felt like repetitive because it didn't have that management layer, I think. It didn't give you that sense of progression that XCOM did. And I think that was a huge fucking mistake. But yeah, Gears Tactics 2 could have added that. But I also just think Microsoft took Gears Tactics 1's performance as an example of, oh, nobody wants this kind of game. But I think the reality is that nobody wants that kind of game when it's compromised by not having a management metagame. But what do I know, man? What do I know, Rand? I don't make games.
Daswell Gordon says, good evening, Rand Jez in the Xbox 2 universe. So I have a question about the Xbox Ally, specifically the TGS stream and what Sarah Bond said about the device towards the end. She mentioned that the Ally will, and I quote, it'll play all your games, but anyone who's clued on this device knows that it won't, at least not at launch. So my question, is there some kind of plan to add a layer of emulation so every game you own will become playable on this device?
I think what Sarah Bond is referring to is eventually what they want is for cloud to have every game you own. That is what they're working towards.
Wouldn't also technically, because you can stream games from this, so you could basically, technically, GTA 6 as an example, It's not going to be Play Anywhere. But you could essentially stream it from your Xbox console to your ROG Ally, essentially like a PS Portal situation, where it does play your game, it just doesn't play it natively. So in that sense, it does play all your games, just not all of them natively, would kind of be the approach. You're kind of getting into the weeds there by saying it'll play all your games, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It doesn't play all of your games natively, obviously, even with the cloud. But I'd have to hear exactly the context of what she meant there when she said that. But I'm not expecting this device to be able to play Xbox games natively. But who the fuck knows, man? I mean, they've got the MPU on the Xbox Ally X, which maybe could be used to offload some kind of emulation magic voodoo bullshit. I don't know, to make that work. I don't I don't think so personally, but she either probably misspoke or she was referring to either cloud gaming or remote gaming. Because they have positioned remote play as a benefit of this device. And obviously cloud gaming is getting new shit all the time. Like I've never it's wild to me like how many games are coming to stream your own game. But they are rapidly scaling that up. And the issue with that is it's not necessarily licensing. It's all about how much storage they've got allocated. So like when you obviously like their server racks would need multiple petabytes of data potentially, or terabytes at the very least, in order to have every single Xbox game available to play instantly. So obviously it doesn't have that. So what it does is, and sometimes when you get a queue on Xbox Cloud Gaming, it's not because of server capacity. It's because you're trying to play a game that is not currently installed on that server rack. So it has to download the game via like internal network, stream the game from an internal deep storage solution and install the game. That's why sometimes it gives you a queue. It's like, oh yeah, it's going to be 10-minute queue or something. It's actually installing the game on that server node for you. But as Microsoft scales up its data centers, it's sort of getting to a point where like more of that storage is available on demand, so it doesn't have to, or it doesn't take as long to download the game to the most viable endpoint or whatever. So, but yeah, I do think she's talking more about cloud and remote play there. I don't think she's talking about some kind of magical future solution to natively play games on these chips. But who the fuck knows, man? Microsoft's done crazy shit before. I never expected to see Xbox 360 backwards compatibility on the Xbox One, but they pulled it off. So let's find out what happens, right? I think it would be a spectacular announcement if they were like at E3 next year or the Xbox Showcase, and they were like, your Xbox Ally can now play all of your Xbox games natively somehow via magic. I think that'd be a cool announcement, but
would be cool.
I haven't heard.
I'm not expecting it.
I haven't heard. Yeah, I'm not expecting it either, but I'd love to be proven wrong.
Jay Foley with the Super Chat says, new Series X price is coming, and with the Xbox Ally X price, you guys think this will be a choice new users will struggle with if they want into the Xbox ecosystem? And will the Ally X affect console sales? I don't think it'll affect console sales.
No. I think the vast majority of people buying an Xbox Ally are Xbox current users, to be honest.
As for the pricing situation, will it be a choice new users struggle with? I mean, when you're that expensive, right? Definitely you'll have issues.
Mm.
We talked about the cheap, I don't want to call them cheap, but the consumers that haven't upgraded from previous generation and why they've waited so long. And they're finally going to do it because GTA is going to be there, and if they are that price sensitive, does that make the Series S the most attractive option because it is the cheapest? Or do they look at those prices and they're turned off and maybe go with something else? I don't know. But we'll see. But oh man, almost 5 hours, Jez.
Let's do another hour.
No. I'm getting hungry.
No, let's not. I want to go to
My
bed.
back is starting to hurt, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, damn! You made the podcast sound really old. Then, like,
Well, as I was telling you before, like my back has started hurting this week.
Yeah.
and it's been fine, but now we've been sitting here for so long, and my back is starting to hurt. So it's kind of getting close
Time
to
to hit the
end
gym,
the
bro.
show. And have a good weekend. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Thank you so much for hanging with us today. We appreciate all the support from everybody listening live and chatting, super chatting, all the Patreon members getting their questions in. If you're listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes, we appreciate you as well. And as my phone rings, just wanted to.
Oh, that's Phil.
Yeah, no. I'll be playing Silent Hill F. I'm really looking forward to checking it out, and then probably getting some time in with Ghost of Yotai next week. Whenever I think that comes out in a week or so. So looking forward to playing those games. We'll talk about them next week. Hopefully we'll have something on Tuesday for like Xbox 2+1.
Yep.
But until then, hope everybody enjoys their weekend and keep it gaming. Later,
Take care, everybody.